Sorry? Okay, everyone, good evening and welcome to tonight's full council meeting. I hope members will bear in mind the Nolan Principles and the council's constitution and behave accordingly. We also have some members of the public here. Welcome. Can I remind members of the public that this is a meeting of the council held in public and not a meeting where public participation is allowed other than written questions previously submitted. Okay. So item 1, apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, David Bagshaw, Susan Bagshaw.
Thank you. Councillor Watts?
It's apologies from Councillor Hannah Land, who is in the United States at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have apologies from two of our members, Councillor Stephanie Kerry and also Councillor Don Pringle. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, apologies for Councillor Milan Radulovic, who's recovering from his operation but making good progress, and Councillor Kat Harley.
Thank you. Okay, is that all? No other apologies? No, thank you. Okay, item 3, minutes. The council is asked to confirm as a correct record the minutes of the meeting held on 14th. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Item 2, declarations of interest. And are there any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor Richard McRae.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've never seen a son so proud of his dad to be the mayor. He's beaming at the back watching you. You've probably not seen it, but it's really nice to see that. But anyway, declaration in item 12.1 on the agenda, other registered interest as a member of Stapleford Community Group and also as a Stapleford Town Councillor, and I'll be leaving the room for that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donna McRae.
I also have other registered interest in item 12.1 as Stapleford Community Group and as a Stapleford Town Councillor, and I shall also be leaving.
Thank you. And Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, more or less the same as a member of the Stapleford Town Council.
Okay. Councillor John McGrath?
Yes, Chair, me also on 12.1. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and Councillor Williamson?
Thank you. I've got a registerable interest in item 12.4 and I will be leaving the room during that item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Jeremiah.
Yeah, I'm a member of Stapleford Town Council, but I haven't been involved in any of the discussions regarding this. So for transparency, I just thought I'd declare it, but I will be remaining in the room.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Boffinger?
The same as Councillor Jeremiah. I will be staying in the room because I haven't been involved in any discussions at the town council.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have I missed anybody? No? Okay, thank you very much. In that case, we'll move on to item 3, minutes. The council is asked to confirm as a correct record the minutes of the meeting held on 14th of May 2025. Do we have a proposer?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I propose the minutes as a true record as set out on pages 17 to 28.
And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Cullen. All in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? 5 abstentions. Thank you. Okay, May's announcements. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Firstly, I would like to share our well wishes with the leader, Councillor Milan Radulovic, who many of you know is unable to be with us this evening on health grounds. However, I'm sure he's keeping his eye on us and watching these proceedings. I'd like to give a particularly special welcome to the Chief Executive on what will be her last council meeting before she retires in September. Ruth was awarded the OBE in 2004 for her services to local government, and her impact continues to be felt every day. Ruth, thank you for your extraordinary service. We look forward to sharing our stories of our time working with you and to expressing our gratitude for all you have done for Broxtowe over the last 20 years. Later in the meeting, I know Milan is very disappointed that he's unable to attend, but I hope members will join me after the meeting for a reception to honour Ruth. I must also thank Kevin Powell, our Executive Director, for whom this meeting will also be his last. Kevin is joining Ruth in starting his retirement after a similar length of service. Kevin, thank you for all you have done for the Council during your career with us and for your commitment and dedication to providing excellent public services over the years. Now, each year, the Council runs employee awards to recognise the outstanding contributions of an individual and a team in living out the great values and supporting colleagues and residents. A huge congratulations to Lewis Bull, who works in our environment team, who was named Employee of 2024. Lewis exemplifies the Council's great values, consistently demonstrating a positive attitude and a willingness to lend a hand in any situation. Lewis is reliable, adaptable, and works collaboratively with the entire environment team, fostering positive relationships between the office and operational teams. His commitment to supporting others makes him a deserving candidate for this recognition. So well done, Lewis. Moving on to Team of the Year, which was deservedly won by our elections team. Let's face it, there have been a lot of elections over the last few years, and they have seamlessly delivered them under immense pressure to ensure the democratic process. Despite being a small team, their teamwork, collaboration and mutual support were exemplary. Their ability to work under immense pressure while maintaining attention to detail and absolute neutrality is a testament to their professionalism. The way they pulled together, often covering extra shifts and problem solving on the spot, ensured a seamless voting experience for the public. On a personal note, it's been 2 months now since I became mayor, and I'm really enjoying it. Just 2 days after being elected, I was in Gutterslow for their 200th anniversary of becoming a city, and there was a full programme of events over the weekend to celebrate that. Among the many events I've attended, highlights include the 10th Greasley Gathering, put on by Greasley Parish Council, which I was told was the best yet. It gets bigger and better every year. The Hemlock Happening, which I attended with the Youth Mayor, was also excellent, despite the rain and low cloud preventing the Army Parachute team, the Red Devils, taking part. We also attended the White Ribbon football matches between the police and fire service teams, and Toby gave a very good speech about the White Ribbon campaign in front of the large crowd. I also attended the Christ's Pilgrimage on Sunday the 6th of July, which originally commemorated the Battle of the Somme and was a memorial to the Sherwood Foresters Regiment. It is now a memorial to the Mercian Regiment and was attended by civic heads from a wide area, including Chester and Dudley, and it was an honour to lay a wreath on behalf of Broxtowe Borough Council. I would also like to thank Barbara for attending some events where we were double booked, including a 101st birthday party for a lady in Beeston. The following events are coming up in the Civic Diary. Afternoon teas. The first of the Mayor's Thank You afternoon tea events to celebrate community heroes will take place in Eastwood on the 19th of August, followed by events in Beeston, Kimberley and Stapleford throughout the remainder of the civic year. All members have been contacted asking for nominations, so please ensure these are sent to the Civic Office as soon as possible. Civic Service. My Civic Service will be on the 7th of September at St Mary's Church, Eastwood, so I hope to see many of you there. And the Broxtowe Volunteer Awards, nominations will open in September, with the award ceremony taking place on the 13th of March 2026. Thank you. And that concludes that. So, item 5, vote of thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, ladies and gentlemen and honoured guests. It's both an incredible honour and an absolute pleasure to be able to stand and propose a vote of thanks to our outgoing Chief Executive, Ruth Hyde. And it actually sounds quite remarkable when you say it out loud that this is Ruth's last council meeting here at Broxtowe. And I hope that this will mark a moment where we can say thank you and indeed at least begin the long goodbye to someone who I think is as synonymous with Broxtowe as anybody. And I suspect, Ruth, it's a day that you perhaps didn't think would come either. How do you begin to encapsulate the career of somebody with such longevity, such integrity, such strong leadership, and the ability to inspire, albeit from someone as modest as Ruth? I'm sure that you're cringing right now somewhat, but you're going to have to grin and bear this. Although I guess you've had to grin and bear a lot of councillor speeches during your time. Maybe, hasn't she, Councillor Owen? In that sense, Ruth is a lawyer by profession, and no matter what we've said, but as we've said in this chamber on several accounts, we've never held that against her. And you've been with us for just shy of 20 years as chief executive. Do you know what the average length of time for a chief executive in a UK local government is? Local government authority, what the average length is?
5 years.
It's 8 years. 8 years. Of course, prior to Broxtowe, you were chief exec at Oadby and Wigston for just over 15 years, which represents a staggering total of 35 years as chief executive, which I think is instructive in itself and testament to your selfless dedication to public service. You definitely need to be a strong leader to be a leader for that long. And I've often said in this chamber that we should truly value our public servants. They see delivery of public service as a vocation. They want to help people in their communities thrive and grow. And not just through Ruth, but through every function in Broxtowe Council, we witness that. I believe that ethos stems from you, Ruth, and your leadership over the last 20 years. You've obviously got a long and varied record of achievements, too many to list in their entirety here, Ruth, but I'll just touch on a few. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that Ruth has led this authority, which is a firm of 500 people, turnover of well over £100 million, assets of £500 million for 20 years, and led on housing and leisure and health and community safety and economic development. If she was in the private sector, she'd be paid 10 times as much as that. And this is the point we're making when we say that public servants do it as a vocation in that sense. I know that community safety is dear to your heart and that you've chaired the South Notts Community Safety Partnership and you are its hate crime champion for Nottinghamshire. Earlier in your career, you part of the SIPFA working group that developed governance and ethics frameworks for local authorities and local governance. And I think, of course, when you're looking about, and I know you're not bothered about legacy stuff, Ruth, but when you're looking at stuff that you might one day look back on it proudly, of course, you helped establish the Greater Nottingham Joint Planning Advisory Board. Well, it sounds like a mouthful, doesn't it? But it is the strategic set of documents and core strategies for employment, for housing, for transport across that whole area. And you, of course, played a key role in that. I think most recently, though, Ruth, I think the thing that you can really look back on with some pride was 2 or 3 years ago the Local Government Association peer review report. And I quote verbatim when the Local Government Association said, "Broxtowe is a good council. Many of the things it does are excellent. It is an ambitious council, backing up that ambition with delivery, and is achieving much more than expected of a district council. Councillors, the chief exec and senior officers are committed and passionate about Broxtowe, and there is a sense from everyone that the team in Broxtowe cares about its staff." They were the words of a peer review group of the Local Government Association who go up and down the country testing authorities. And I think that's, out of everything Ruth's done and everything that Ruth's achieved, that's the thing for me. It's the culture of Broxtowe Borough Council. And I don't think that's by accident, and I think that stems from you, Ruth. All that said, careers do, of course, have their failures. And I have to say, your inability to stop Millen from smoking over 20 years is a glaring stain on your otherwise impeccable career, I think, Ruth.
Nobody can stop that.
And if not a failure, I think at least you probably regret not seeing me as leader as well. As I understand it, Millen, who rang you personally to offer you the job when you were en route to Yorkshire with Mike, I think. And look, we can quote Annie Lennox songs that behind every great woman there's a great man, and I'm sure you would be the first in this room to say Mike has supported you wholeheartedly. And I don't know Mike very well, but when I've seen him doing nothing but, really nice to the people here at Broxtowe and supported you throughout your career as well. And I hope you get to spend a long and happy retirement with Mike. Bob touched on it. I know that Millen's deeply disappointed not to be here. He said that to me. He's not well enough to be here in person, although I did smile as you admonished him at the Cabinet Chairs briefing yesterday online as to why he was there and not recovering in bed. He did relay to me that he has a deep admiration and respect for you, Ruth, and said that you've been nothing more than utterly professional over all of the long years that you've worked together. I have no doubt that there's been ups and downs with Millen, but I know he has a soft spot for you. I know he has a soft spot for you. And he asked me to say that when he's fit and well, he would, of course, love to come and see you and pass on his well wishes for the future. I know this isn't kind of like the end of things. This is just a different chapter of your life, but it will be your last council, Ruth. And all I ask now is for a favour. I know you're a woman of faith. But you must have plenty of credit in the bank, and if you could say a word, for me, that would be much appreciated. But most of all, when you're next praying, if you can put a good word in for Broxtowe, it will be truly rewarded. But thank you, Ruth, and thank you very much for all that you've done.
Mayor, councillors, members of the public, it's a great honour and privilege for me to be called on to second our vote of thanks for someone who's given so much to Broxtowe Borough Council and to our community, our outgoing Chief Exec, Ruth Hyde OBE. Ruth, your leadership over the last almost 20 years has been nothing short of remarkable. You've guided this council with wisdom, integrity and a deep sense of public duty through times of change and challenge. Your calm and steady presence has been a source of reassurance and strength to all of us. You're respected and trusted within this council and further afield amongst our neighbouring authorities. You've not only led with professionalism, but with compassion, always listening, always encouraging collaboration, always putting the needs of the residents at the heart of everything we do. Your legacy is one of progress, partnership and purpose, from championing community engagement to driving innovation in local government. Your impact will be felt for many years to come. You're one of the wonderful women of Broxtowe. Now, that's what AI had to say about you. That's pretty good, isn't it? That's what AI said about you. But me, I mean, other people might know here, but I met Ruth before she even came to Broxtowe. And I won't tell you why, but when she did come to Broxtowe, I knew her for many years before I became a councillor through my work in the voluntary sector and her support of work in the voluntary sector. And in fact, before I became a councillor, Ruth held a meeting for prospective new councillors that I duly came along to. And she told us all, it was for women, it was encouraging women councillors. Do you remember, Ruth? And she told us all that if we thought about becoming a councillor, it should be all about people and public service and not about politics. So I thought, oh, that's good. That's a job for me then. And that launched my career in politics. So I came along, stood for election, and in 2015 got elected. And as you know, I'm quite shy and retiring as a person. And in my first couple of years of being a councillor, I have to say, Ruth did have to tell me off a few times for my over-enthusiastic speeches. And she would come to me afterwards and say, I think you were a little bit mean to such and such officer, or I think it's a bit unkind what you said. And she said it so gently, it was devastating. I'm used to people saying, Teresa, sit down and don't speak. But she said it so gently and kindly, it was devastating for me. So I found myself apologising and learning a great deal from another woman of substance. And Ruth and I have had some fun along the way. we've been, I mean, you all know, I'm not religious, never go to church, I'm not at all religious. But in the years that I was deputy mayor and mayor, I found myself sitting next to Ruth at various church services in various places. And she was my guide in that, because I hadn't been to church since I'd been at school. And I really didn't know how it all worked. But Ruth was marvellously kind to me again and helped me along the way. And one time we were sat in Beeston Church, and I was the deputy mayor at that time, and looking forward, as you all know, to stepping down and retiring and going to live in Spain. And I said to Ruth, I won't have to do this much more. And she said, well, stranger things have happened, Teresa. I think you might have to. So I blame Ruth for the fact I'm still here. So I think she might have done one of those prayer things that caused it. But, Ruth, I recognise you as somebody who cares really deeply about people. You've been, and you care about young people, and I care about young people, and making sure that we tackle inequality and we make life easier for people. So it's been easy working with you on those issues, and I've always been able to rely on, if I really needed to help somebody, if I came to you, you would back that up and we would help people. So I just want to thank you for that, and I don't know how we'll replace you. And, I'm glad that you've chosen to retire and you'll go off and have some joy for the rest of your life, hopefully. But I just want to thank you on behalf of the council and all my colleagues here and everybody. You've been exceptional as a chief exec, and you're exceptional as a woman. So thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, fellow councillors, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honour to be representing the Conservative Party and to give you a big vote of thanks, Ruth. Now, the most amazing thing, well, to me, it was absolutely jaw-dropping when I realised you'd been here for 20 years. I thought, goodness me, where's that 20 years gone to? Because I was here when you came. So I just think that's incredible. Also, I do know that you have chaired at least 14 or more of meetings within this council. You've been the chair of those councils. I also know that you mentor people from various councils, and that you are regarded by local government associations very highly. So you've got all these wonderful things. I think I should have gone to AI and seen what next time anyway. But what I would like to say to you is I'd like to thank you. I know you've helped me over the years, and believe you me, I've had some tricky situations in the ward where I represent. I'm not going to mention what they are, of course, but I must say that if I wasn't getting anywhere with anybody, the best thing I ever did was to pick up the phone and speak to Ruth or leave her a message, because she's so reliable, she gets back to you, and before you know it, job done. It's been sorted for you. And I think that is the leading part of being a really good chief executive, because I sometimes think that you think, oh, they're up here and I'm down here. Will they be interested in knowing what's going off in my little part of the world? But I would like to say that yes, you did. You've really been helpful, and I know you've helped the other people in our group. But it's been a real privilege to have known you, and I'm sure that I hope you're going to have a wonderful retirement. I hope you're going to put your feet up and not tune in to Broxtow's full council meetings online. Or sit there laughing and think to yourself, oh, I know what she's going to say, or I know what he's going to say. Anyway, I would like to say, wish you all the best, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Richard McCrae.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, fellow councillors, and my daughter Danny. I just want to mention her. Just short but sweet. I remember back in 2014, before I was a councillor here, I was only at Stapleford, and I was stood on Beeston High Street reading a newspaper. It had got an article in there, but that doesn't matter what that was about. And this Ruth came walking towards me, took a glove off and put a hand out and shook my hand and said, "Congratulations, Richard, well done, I'm really proud of you." And I just thought it was like meeting the Queen. And I was like, this is Broxtowe royalty coming up to me. Who am I? I'm a nobody just standing out here reading the newspaper. And to do that to me at that time was absolutely amazing. So yeah, and you have been our Queen. You've been the Queen of Broxtowe, so that's brilliant. So I just want to say thank you, and on a more personal level for things recently as well. Thank you for that. But yeah, so yeah, Queen of Broxtowe, definitely. Thank you, and a happy retirement.
Thank you. And surprisingly, I think I'm looking around here. I think there's myself, Lydia, Mick, and Milan, who's not here, that are probably the longest serving councillors uninterrupted, i.e. we've not been unelected and got elected again. And I've been on the council for 22 years, and I was only 21 when I was first elected.
Yeah.
And out of that, 23 years, I've been councillor for. Out of that 22 years, there's only been one other chief executive, that was for a year. The whole of the rest of that period has been Ruth. So that has been incredibly good, in my opinion, for a borough to have that sort of continuity. Absolutely. And I always think back to that dreadful moment in March 2020, was it?
19.
I can't remember when. COVID, the pandemic first started. And I was deputy leader at the time. Greg was head of finance. Milan was the leader. And we were, to be honest, Greg, we were a bit flapping about, weren't we? And Ruth was calm. This was what we must do. Phil over there was absolutely brilliant and giving us help as well with getting the money out so quickly to everybody. But that was Ruth. In times like that, calm things down. Let's think it through what we need to be doing. And we got round to it very quickly. And I really wish, Ruth, you have a fantastic next chapter. You'll probably find out that I retired when I was 55, but I'm probably busier now as a councillor and a councillor than I was when I was at work. But that's not a bad thing, but it's something different, so it will be a change. A change is as good as a rest. So thank you very much, Ruth, for your service to this borough.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's not much more I can add to what's already been said. I've only had the pleasure of knowing you as a councillor for a couple of years, but you've loomed large over Broxtowe for a number of years, as we said. Greg mentioned that it's your fault Milan still smokes. Now I know that you getting Teresa involved in politics is also your fault. That's on a par with that. But everything you have done, what I have learned over the last couple of years is you have an incredible poker face, and how you manage to keep a straight face when certain people are speaking from all sides of the chamber is remarkable, because a lot of other people's faces give them away and yours doesn't. Yeah. From a personal point of view, having Libby here as youth mayor last year and being able to look up to a woman in power in politics and everything is remarkable. So thank you for all you have done.
Thank you, Councillor Bales. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, it did strike me when I looked around the room earlier, I'm actually the only person in the room who has been the leader of this council. Been a few deputy leaders and temporary leaders, but way back I was once the leader of this council. And I can say from very personal experience that having Ruth's guiding hand and calm nature has been absolutely invaluable for everybody who has occupied the leader's office. I really am grateful. Steve rather stole my thunder because I was going to talk about your calmness. And to give one example that I remember, it was election day, and it must have been a late election, so a general election, in June, 2 days before the Hemlock happening. And I had to phone Ruth in the morning while she was busy with all of the elections to tell her that I had just seen a group of travellers moving on to Bramcote Park, right to where we have the Hemlock happening, due to happen 2 days later. She didn't scream, She didn't throw the phone down or hang up or pretend it wasn't happening. She got on and she dealt with it, and we were still able to do the Hemlock happening, still able to have the elections, and that really was, I thought, a mark of your calmness, your professionalism, and as a very personal note, I would really like to thank you for all the advice and help you gave me, and I'm sure everybody else who's been the leader of the council during your time would echo that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. I think I've called on everybody who wanted to speak. So in that case, we'll move to the vote. So all those in favour of the vote of thanks? Yeah, I think, yeah. Thank you. Okay. I think it's unsurprising that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item, which is... Oh, sorry. No, sorry. We've got a... Hang on. Yeah.
Your Worship, I would just like to say a few little words. I'm not going to make a long speech because this is your meeting, and you know, it's not for me to say lots of things. I just want to say what a great privilege it's been for me to serve you and to serve the people of Broxtowe. Local government is wonderfully fulfilling career, and I would recommend being a local government chief executive to anybody. It can be exciting, exhilarating, exhausting, exasperating, all in the course of the same day. But I'll never regret coming to work here. I've really, really enjoyed it. And really appreciated the way that politics works in Broxtowe. I think politicians work across political parties really constructively and really well. And what we do with local communities is really precious and really good. I think we have a lot to be proud of. And I would say that nothing that I've achieved or that I've done is my work. Everything that has been done because Broxtowe has great people, both as councillors and as officers. And I'm just privileged to have been able to kind of steer and nudge and, help things along. It's not been my work. I would like to say a special thank you to Anna and to Pam, my PAs, who've done so much to support me and to help me. And just finally, thank you for mentioning Mike, who has been my unfailing, constant source of love and encouragement and support. And I'd just like to say a very big thank you to you for always being there through my career. So thank you, and good luck for the future. I really try hard not to be watching you online, but I will find it quite difficult.
That shouldn't be too hard. Gift for you, Ruth. These things grow very slowly, but you're going to have plenty of time to watch it grow in your time. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Another one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Hello. You didn't need to thank Kevin. Okay. Now we'll move on to item 6. The leaders report. So, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, and honoured guests. Hopefully you've all got a copy, and I sent out a version, well, this version, earlier today. I've tried to cover in this report some of the kind of the macro issues that are facing Broxtowe and into the future, alongside some of the more positive projects that we've also been directly working on as an authority. I'll start off by talking about, and I'm sure you'll all be aware, the government tabling its English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, which has a significant and important implication for local authorities. The East Midlands Combined County Authority, or EMCA, is a strategic authority within that new legislation. It will become the local transport authority responsible for preparing the local transport strategy and the local bus strategy. This is already happening. It will have the power to levy an additional charge on council taxpayers, to pay for transport investment powers, to enforce parking and moving vehicle regulations with the consent of constituent authorities. Powers to direct constituent authorities on street level regulation, powers to introduce congestion charging, and powers to control bike and e-bike rental schemes. And I'm sure there'll be a discussion on e-bikes later on in the evening. The strategic authority will have the power to develop local spatial plans setting out where development will occur within their area. They'll be able to purchase land for housing development and CPO, compulsory purchase order land for housing. Previously, and this is important, these powers were held by districts. Mayors will be able to intervene in planning applications and call in strategic planning applications for determination by themselves. They can grant planning permission before an application has even been submitted. I think that's undemocratic, and I think that will lead to a democratic deficit. Meanwhile, government has stopped funding local neighbourhood forums in the development of their local neighbourhood plans. Mayors will also be able to charge developers a new mayoral community infrastructure levy. New powers are proposed to be granted to mayors to issue a new charge to cover all mayoral functions, and they will also have the power to borrow up to a new cap. Mayors of strategic authorities can take over powers of police and crime commissioners and fire authorities where boundaries are coterminous. Councillors, it is important to note that I have just covered in this very short summary the potential imposition of 4 new taxes and the sucking upwards of powers currently exercised by authorities like Broxtowe. The inference from government is that it's giving more power to the regions and ergo more local democracy. I don't believe that. In fact, I think the opposite is true, where regional mayors will take increasingly more powers back to the centre, and that councils become mere facilitators of centrally driven austerity. Unfortunately, many of you will have seen the bad news for East Midlands. I'll move on. Unfortunately, many of you will have seen the bad news for the East Midlands, as again, I'm dismayed at the decision to pause indefinitely the next phase of electrification of the Midland Main Line. The announcement comes almost exactly 10 years after the previous Tory government also decided to pause the scheme. The Department for Transport has now confirmed that investment will instead be focused on other schemes during this spending review period. And although none has been identified in the East Midlands, which already receives, and I've spoken about it before, the lowest level of transport spending per head in the UK of any region or nation, just 56% of the UK average. As a result, there will be no further enhancements to the region's railway before the next general election. Electrification is not just a technical upgrade, it's a critical investment in the capacity, reliability and sustainability of the railway. It reduces carbon emissions, lowers operating costs and provides the infrastructure that could transform local as well as intercity rail services across the East Midlands. Midland Main Line electrification would create thousands of jobs, including many skilled roles and over 100 apprenticeships, generating 61 million in economic value from jobs created in the East Midlands and nearly 18 million in social value. The Midland Main Line is now the only mainline route that remains largely non-electrified. This puts our region at a disadvantage compared to others and undermines the national ambition to deliver a cost-effective, reliable, low-carbon railway. This is not the first time electrification of Midland Main Line has stalled, with work on the route having faced numerous delays and cancellations over the last 45 years, despite repeated commitments from successive governments. For me, it was summed up in a nutshell on East Midlands News last night, as Andrew Pritchard, the Director of East Midlands Council, said, "This is a really important investment, but Westminster views us politically in the East Midlands as being a bit of a soft touch." Meanwhile, businesses, the economy and residents continue to struggle. Nevertheless, Mr Mayor, on a more positive note, I would like to say how proud I was to represent Broxtowe at a recent site meeting at Ickins Lane when Stephen Gerrard and his mate Gary McAllister visited to view progress on the new development which will be there to house the new Stephen Gerrard Academy, community facilities, top quality playing pitches, a multi-use games area and recently approved paddle tennis courts. Completion of this project is expected in September. The new cafe operator is Insight Community Project and they will hold a series of activities for the community such as dance, drama and bakery classes. The new paddle courts will help support the commercial viability of the development and the early years operator will be Ducklins, who will take over the 2 ground floor rooms including the multi-use space. They are an established business in Beeston and Sandiacre and will be open for October. I've recently attended a meeting of the Beeston Town Centre Board and we've firmed up bids for the remaining units of the Town Centre scheme. I was encouraged by the continued strength of interest in Beeston as an important sub-regional town, and many other areas and towns look at Beeston and indeed other towns in Broxtowe with envy. I'm proud that our innovative work on high street auctions may soon see further empty properties in our high streets in Stapleford and Eastwood brought back into economic use as we pilot that scheme. And work done to improve the town centre in Kimberley using levelling up funding has been very well received by businesses in the local community, and when I cover Millen's report for him later on, I'll touch on that as well. It was great to attend an event in Eastwood which I know is very, very dear to Millen's heart, to celebrate the creation of the Cedars project. This innovative, collaborative project with DWP, the NHS and voluntary sector partners will create a multi-agency collaborative hub wrapped around the needs of the people who live in Eastwood to practically support people who live there to overcome barriers to living better, healthier, productive lives. We have done this on our own. We did this as an authority and we did this as councillors with no help from anybody else, and we could have, you know, it should be the model for how we want to expand towns and services across districts. It cannot be right that people who live here in the area currently often have to travel outside their community to get the help that they need. We are, through this initiative, trying to put that right. In other good news, I attended the Brinsley Headstock ceremony a couple of weeks ago to mark a key stage of the footings and groundworks being completed for the replacement structure. The apple orchard is planted to respect those who passed away at the pit, and the unveiling of a bench carved from the old timbers of the previous headstocks. A fantastic ceremony underlining our commitment to the Friends of Brinsley Headstocks Group was had, and the intention of this being a centrepiece for our ambition of a D.H. Lawrence Country Park remains. Mr Mayor, I'll finish off by saying I had the it says pleasure. I think that's a typo, Ruth. Mr Mayor, I'll finish off by saying I had the pleasure of attending a meeting of leaders of local authorities in Nottinghamshire last Friday to discuss local government reorganisation. There'll be an item of that later on in the agenda. Luckily, I attended online and I wasn't quite as frustrated as Ruth was, who was sat in a stifling room with no air conditioning for at least 40 minutes because the leader of Nottingham City Council was late. I made it very clear that Broxtowe's position is that we will never agree to any option which creates with the creation of a forced expanded city which includes our area. And following the discussions of that meeting, it was increasingly clear that, in my view, the possibility of local authorities reaching an agreement in our area is very, very small. We'll discuss it more in detail later, but we already know that the government is assuming new powers to itself to impose a solution on areas that where authorities cannot reach agreement. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions on the leader's report? Okay, Councillor Owen and then Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Does the Deputy Leader agree with me referring to his comments on English Devolution, Community Empowerment Bill and EMCA, that when we signed up for EMCA, some of us very, very reluctantly being dragged into that agreement, that this is not really what we were signing up for. We weren't signing up for more taxes. It was sold to us on the basis that what it would do is to release government funding that is normally spent by Whitehall with no reference or little reference to the constituent local authorities, it would release that money in order that we locally could decide on how it is to be spent. And is it not clear already that this concept has utterly failed when we hear, as we did yesterday and you've commented on, that the East Midland Main Line electrification has been kicked into the long grass yet again? These were the very schemes that we were expecting the devolution of money to the East Midlands area to be supporting. So already it has failed, and we're faced with the possibility, in fact I would say under the present regime, the likelihood of having even more taxation imposed upon us, paying for things that should be coming out of the exchequer anyway if life was fair, which it isn't.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
On a similar note, and I agree with a lot of what Councillor Earnshaw said, we did say at the time when I was part of the Independent Alliance that we didn't believe that there wasn't going to be any levies. And in fact, I was one of the few councillors on the county that voted against it at the time, and it looks like we were right. The English Devolution and Community Employment Bill is the complete reverse to what it's actually doing. This isn't devolution. Devolution is top down. This is bottom up. They're taking things like transport and items like that away from lower councils, the constituent councils, and concentrating it all into one place. And also, you've not mentioned it here, Greg, but you may have noticed that it also includes changing the electoral system for the mayors and the police and crime commissioners away from first past the post, which it was last time, back to the alternative vote, which it had been before. Does he agree with me, given that at the moment you can actually get elected as a councillor with as little as 25% of the vote, that actually electoral reform should be looked at for all council elections moving forward?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Unless there are any other questions, would you like to respond, Councillor Marshall? Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Owen, I agree with some of what you're saying. I think it certainly isn't what was promised. I think there will be new powers provided to the mayor, which people at the time didn't know about. I don't think it's seen the release of money. Midlands Main Line is heartbreaking. It's an absolute travesty that core cities like Nottingham don't have an electrification plan. And indeed, if we're ever serious about economic regeneration in the area, then major infrastructure projects like Midland Main Line electrification are crucial. I guess the point I'd differ in, I think, is I'm just deeply disappointed on the missed opportunity. So, of course, Claire has £2 billion worth of transport funding. I'm deeply disappointed that she hasn't been a little bit more ambitious in her early years in promising schemes or indeed allowing the allocation schemes. I've spoke to her before. I would have fully funded the IRP station at Towton, which was a SOC post East Midland HS2 failing, and rather than it being a private-public partnership, I'd have funded that singularly and committed to funding that. That would have freed up works for the allocated land for the tram to connect then and then on to, of course, the Freeport or indeed the airport. That's what I'd have done. I'd have earmarked some a lot sooner for roads and potholes. And I think there's been a lack of ambition. I think the problem that Claire faces is that she'll be a mayor who has spent a lot of time setting up structures and talk, but being non-committal on ideas. And I think she could well be being punished at the next election about that, particularly when you see the reform wipeout across the counties that she represents. I think I'm particularly disappointed about the mis-selling of the democratic accountability of the districts on EMCA. And I think that's been a terrible mistake which has been borne out in reality, actually in practice, not just in theory. And of course, We thought we were going into an MCA board that had 1 vote each for the upper tier cities and counties and 2 votes each for the representative 9 districts, both in Derbyshire and indeed Nottinghamshire. And at the first meeting, they abandoned that and gave 2 votes each to the upper tiers. I think that was letting down the districts. And what have we seen play out? We've seen 4 reform councillors now sitting on the board of MCA. And if you listen to Millen and you look at the minutes of meetings, those meetings are often not attended by delegates, and indeed in that sense, I think Clare is now beholden to often in quorum meetings, or indeed decisions not being able to be made, or indeed, in my view, politically beholden to reform. And I think that's a problem for the ambition of the counties in that sense. So I think it has been a deep disappointment. But I hope that Clare uses some of that £2 billion quick sharpish to start funding transport projects in the East Midlands. In terms of proportional representation, I've shifted my position slightly, Steve. So I was against proportional representation for a long time because I think, as in Europe, as in Germany and the AFD, as in Liga Nord, as in Vox, as in a whole range of countries across Europe, evidenced it can give a foothold to an established far right. And I'm not talking about reform, I'm talking about serious self-identifying fascists. And I've got a problem with that. And that is borne out across countries all over Europe in a proportional system. However, I think the two-party system in politics in this country is as dead as it's certainly since I've ever known it. I think it's really, really problematic. And I think, we should look at seriously transitioning to a proportional system, because I think at the minute that's one of the hopes for the future of this country.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to item 7, which is the Youth Mayor's report on Boxtow youth issues. We're joined by our Youth Mayor, Toby Goldschmidt. Toby, would you like to update the council, please?
Hello everybody, I hope you're all well. I've enjoyed my short time so far being a youth mayor. I've met incredible people already, and my little sister has really enjoyed being in the VIP area with juice and biscuits. I attended the Hemlock Happening with Mayor Bob Bullock, and even though it was a rainy day, the red hours were cancelled, it was still amazing. My dad signed up to be a member of a hot air balloon club. I met Lieutenant Colonel Spears and members of the White Ribbon campaign. The White Ribbon then hosted an event at Baseford Football Club where I handed out white ribbons to lots of people to make them aware to end men's violence against women once and for all. The football match was men and women of the police and fire service, and a great day was had by all. I met the CEO of White Ribbon and the Police and Crime Commissioner, plus many more important people. I'm really looking forward to attending many more events in the future. In December, I've been invited to talk on a panel at the British Legion about how I became the youth mayor. I'm excited to see what other events I'm invited to, and I wear the chain with pride and honour.
Well said, Toby. Thank you very much. So we'll move on now to item 8, which is public questions. We have one question this evening from Mr. Ian Cooper, which is to the Leader of the Council, and a copy of the question is on members' desks. Mr. Cooper, would you like to come forward and put your question to Councillor Marshall?
Yes, thank you. Do you think it is acceptable that the Planning Department openly admit they do not know how to calculate the radius density as described in the Article 4 SPD, which effectively makes this section of the SPD unenforceable? Furthermore, do you think it is acceptable that the Planning Department have prepared inaccurate reports for the Planning Committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Councillor Marshall, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Cooper. And by the way, I wish we had more public questions at council meetings. The council doesn't accept, though, that we are unable to calculate the radius density in respect of HMOs, or that the HMO SPD is unenforceable. Within the council's statement of case for the planning appeal, the council provided 2 scenarios for calculating the radius approach due to the proximity of existing purpose-built student accommodation to the appeal site. The SPD has been used to support the refusal of numerous other planning applications for HMOs in the Article 4 area and has therefore been successfully applied on a number of occasions. The point I'd make is sometimes we win and sometimes we lose, but the SPD does sometimes have bearing when it comes to the inspector. The reports to Planning Committee are correct at the time of publication, and we advised Mr. Cooper that he could submit his own findings directly to the Planning Inspectorate if he disagreed with the report. And I think, Mr. Cooper, you've duly acted on that advice.
Thank you,
I don't think
Councillor
you
Marshall.
are,
No,
but I am happy to talk to you and separately talk to you and try and talk about it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Okay, so we'll, there's no right to reply, but as Councillor Marshall has indicated, he was happy to speak to you outside this meeting. Okay, so we'll now move on to item 9, which is portfolio holders' reports. So item 9 is an opportunity for portfolio holders to update us on the work in their area and for members to ask questions. So item 9.1 is a report of the portfolio holder for resources and personnel policy. So again, that's Councillor Marshall.
Some of me Lucas age.
Yeah, you'll be needing that, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report is set out on pages 29 to 34, and indeed those who are at Cabinet will have heard much of this, and indeed there are members of the public here today who were at that Cabinet meeting, so thank you for coming again today. But fundamentally, the story is a good one, and I'm so pleased that we've been able to publish the draft statement of accounts. Not every council has been able to do that. I'm so pleased that they're now being subjected to scrutiny by audit, and we are confident that they will be signed off by the 30th of November. Just halfway down below the accounts outturn, you can see again another excellent performance around underspend against the general fund, and we are never complacent about the pressures on local government finances, and particularly the settlements that Broxtowe gets. But yet again, the work of the council across all departments has been able to secure an underspend of 1.4 million from the revenue budget, and the balance is closed at the end of March on at 5.6 million. So thank you very much to Mr. Payne and his team and Mr. Dar for the excellent work they do in terms of finance. That extends, of course, as you go to page 31 and you look at kind of like the other leg of the stool, not just some of those savings and not just some of that income, but you look at the other leg of the stool, which is council tax collection rates. And again, another brilliant story from Mr. Sudlow and his team about collection rates, which again underpin and allow us to do everything that I've just talked about in the leaders' report around, the collection rates we get around businesses, and that is the bread and butter for us as an authority. Interestingly, we're second for collection rates, but we're actually top for continued business rates collection as well in terms of trend analysis. So financially, we are doing well as a district. That isn't an accident, and I do thank officers for that. In terms of customer services, we've got good news on phone abandonment. That continues to be good, and that's because of the efforts that have gone in to answering the phones. Now, I accept, and Councillor Owen spoke to me this week as well, I think there are still some departmental issues that remain if you go in directly departmentally as councillors, and I'll be talking to Mr. Sudlow about how we can address some of those. But in terms of members of the public engaging with the council and the first impression that they get, we're doing well in terms of that. But we won't rest on our laurels, and I'll talk about how we can improve that, and I promise Phil that we'll do that. In terms of communications and engagement, they've got, I'm so pleased that, Sarah's back. We've got Sarah and Faye doing an absolutely cracking job. on the good stuff that we do. And that's not easy either, because it has to be right. Departments have to talk to them. They have to program it in. They're often just told, you know, can you come along and do this press release, or can you just do this comms piece for us at the last minute? And they do a fantastic job on things like the housing delivery plan. I forgot how many times we went to blooming Inn and Nook, Bob, to talk about the Inn and Nook development, but we always had the comms team there to talk about the stages that we were doing there, and we're talking about the progress of that scheme. You know, they've had significant successes on, I guess, finance is important to us, but the other half, the things that we're really, really proud of, is the climate change strategy and being able to lead on that really, real good news story. And then, of course, you get councillors saying, I want an event in my patch. Can you do an event in my patch? Oh, by the way, can you put a jazz festival on in Dovecot Lane Park for me, please? And they're going to do that, you know, at last minute. So there's the events programme. And it wouldn't be good if we didn't highlight the value of officers doing good stuff in communities. So I'm really, really proud of the comms and engagement team as well. And the civic officers as well keep all the, well, they just keep the wheels turning, don't they? They are like the grease of the machine in that sense. Ruth's already touched on it earlier. And I think the thing I'm most pleased of is the event that, of course, Councillor Cullen started 2 years ago, the Broxtowe Volunteer Awards, which I think are just an absolutely brilliant, brilliant night, brilliantly run by the team, brilliantly run by everybody involved, rewarding, you know, what we've talked about Ruth delivering, rewarding all the things that are good about the people of Broxtowe. I'm really, really pleased that this next Broxtowe Volunteer Awards is going to be, we're going to subsidise that and subsidise the tickets for that as well to make that even better. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Do we have any questions? Councillor Kingdon.
Mr. Mayor, there's a disparity here at page 30 in your report, Councillor Marshall. You said an underspend of £609,000 in employee-related costs, mainly due to vacancies across the housing team, and that's been offset by subcontractors. How much do those subcontractors cost? Because if the subcontractors cost any significant proportion of that, that's not a clear statement. So can you give us a scale of the of that spend, please? Thank you.
Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've waxed lyrical about the underspend on employee-related costs, but you talk about a challenging vacancy target of £600,000, and then you tell us that, and I think this is what was said at Cabinet, I found it hard to believe, but I'm sure this is what was said, an additional 949,000 had been saved. So the original savings target was scarcely challenging if you can save more than twice as much on top of that. But what concerns me is that we're leaving posts vacant in order to ratchet up savings to try and fulfil the budgetary requirements, and that's not ideal. And you touched on one area where there's clear failing within the council, and that's the ability to answer telephones, an issue that's been going on not for weeks, not for months, but for years and years and years. And if you're not employing staff to answer the telephones because you want to make these challenging savings targets, then it's hardly surprising. So I think when it comes to building the budget for the next financial year, that area needs to be looked at far more closely, and the and realistic budgeting of employee costs needs to be made. And one thing that you haven't mentioned, which was also in the report, I don't think you've mentioned it in here, was the income obtained from car parking charges, which is significantly, I think, over £100,000 lower than had been budgeted for. I have repeatedly, and I say repeatedly, asked for details, the financial details and the actual levels of car parking and vacant spaces and underuse of our car parks, repeatedly asked for those figures, and they have not been forthcoming despite reassurances that they would. So I would like to know, what is it you're trying to hide from me? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Any further questions? If not, then Councillor Marshall, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Andy, I don't know the subcontractor cost, but I will get a response to you, and I'll ask our officers to get a response to you as well on that. I think the crucial issue around vacancy management and is does it impinge on performance? And I think the most important person that we have attending cabinet is Councillor Philip Owen, because he at least reads his papers when he turns up and asks questions. And indeed, I remember at the last cabinet saying, because I think he was a bit disappointed he couldn't pick more holes in the performance of the authority than he wanted to. And he made a point about that, and I said to Councillor, and we'll give you all the time you want, and I know that Councillor Milan Radulovic will bring you in on all the time you want on any item, and we'll go line by line if you want, and he couldn't do it. And I think in that sense the point is, and I've made the point not just because of the question tonight, but the point is there is a trade-off between vacancy management and indeed and impact on service delivery, and I expect my officers to be able to make that decision when vacancies arise in the authority. I think obviously turnover rates fluctuate. I think at the minute it's about 13 or 14%, but it hasn't always been 13 or 40%, and we look to make savings because of the desperate state of local government finance settlement for this authority wherever we can. But crucially, it's about impact on service delivery. So I look forward to the next cabinet meeting where you'll be able to draw out any impacts of vacancy management that impinge on service delivery. I'm frustrated if you haven't had the car parking stuff, because I promised you at the last cabinet meeting to do that. So publicly again at full council, I'll ensure that we get a car parking response to you on the costs around that as well. I think the final thing I'll say around realistic budgeting is it's not a secret. None of the budgeting that we do is, of course, a secret. It comes before every cabinet, and it comes regularly before every councillor here, and it's laid out. And the challenge that you give me around is your budget realistic is not one you mentioned when we gave the budget. Now, you might say, well, there's been a drop in financing. Well, you'll be able to say at the next meeting when we present the budget again, and by the way, the report back regularly on performance and year outturn forecasts for the authority, you'll be able to say, how's your forecasting going on your budgeting, Greg? I look forward to it.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. In that case, we'll now move on to item 9.2, which is the portfolio holder for economic development and asset management. In Councillor Milan Radulovic's absence, Councillor Marshall, would you like to speak?
Now you know how I feel.
I never thought I'd be saying I feel sorry for Philip Owen at a council meeting. Yeah, Milan, of course, would desperately love to be. He is making a good recovery, and I know he'll be back with us soon. Again, this is another good news story. We've been talking about the performance of the economic development team, not just in terms of like obscure kind of projects or budgeting, but how they translate into real tangible profits. And on the first page, and I touched on it in the leaders' report, we've got the Kimberley Means Business project, where we've got the pavilion at Kimberley about to be completed and soon to be open. We've got the Bentley units already starting to be built, and that deal's been completed. That's great news for economic development. The Stapleford Town deal, obviously we're going to post-October shift towards the pencil works, of course, but I can't underestimate, and I did mention it, I can't underestimate the importance of the Ickins Lane development to Stapleford. I don't think that town's seen anything like it for 50 years or more in terms of opportunity that will give, and we are a proud partner alongside the Gerard Academy in operating that facility. And it was heartbreaking when Broxtowe College shut down, which is spitting distance from the end of my ward, and that was the last remaining post-16 education in Broxtowe. And this report shows that we're going to be bringing back post-16 education back into Broxtowe, and even better than that. I think in the first year's intake there's about 80, then it's going to be about 100 students per year. I think when I was speaking to the Stephen Gerrard Academy representatives when we went on the day, I think it's something like 85% or 90% of every single attendee at that academy is from Broxtowe itself, because I was kind of worried that it was going to migrate over into Derby or into Nottingham City or out of town for the opportunity, but it isn't, and it's manifesting in Broxtowe kids being given that opportunity in their post-16 that post-16 environment. And I think the final thing I just touch on is the asset management page on page 37, and I'll just draw it back to the comments we were making when we were saying nice things about Ruth and what the local government association said about us in the peer review, which was fundamentally this isn't just a council about ambition, it's also a council about delivery as well. And Philip often draws us over the coals around outturn on the capital spending programme, but we have a capital spending programme of tens of millions of pounds, which is in this asset management sheets here, delivering on places like Scalby Close, decarbonisation fund, which I know that residents there in Eastwood are incredibly happy with, and that we've done an absolutely fantastic job, and loads of other problems. And we do get frustrated when we don't quite see the outturn that we want to do in capital spending. But that shouldn't hide the significant programme that we have as a district, which I think is comparable to upper tier authorities around the country as well. And that is why the peer review said, you know, we're punching above our weight, or we can convert ambition into delivery as well. And I don't think we'll stop being ambitious. We might not always get there in year one, but we do always get there.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Do we have any questions? Yeah. Councillor Owen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your opening comments, your first comment in the report on planning policy, where you're talking about the Greater Nottingham Strategic Plan publication draft. I just wonder, is there a great deal of point in producing one of these now, bearing in mind that your previous report as acting leader, and also the government's declared intention to take any significant planning powers that this council has and the other authorities have away from it, away from us, and do just as they see fit. And already we have seen, have we not, developers acting like predators, circling areas of Broxtowe. I'm thinking particularly, my colleague Councillor Pringle would have no doubt commented tonight on the proposed development, Catstone Hill, I think it's called, or something, between Trowell Road and Strelly Village, where a developer wants to build hundreds of houses and said, great, we've got a Labour government, they'll let us do what we want. And I've just been notified this week of an environmental inquiry assessment for Greenbelt land in Nuttall, strategic Greenbelt land, and all right, it's not a planning application per se, but they can see how the cookie is crumbling. So is there any point in us bothering with this? I noted that in his desire to gain credit and kudos from the Stapleford Town deal and the Kimberley Means business deal, he forgot to mention the reason that it's all been possible was the previous Conservative MP and Conservative government who secured the cash. No mention of that at all, and I'm sure he will want to correct that when he answers my to my questions and comments, because it is due to that There's no doubt about it. And I welcome his comments on post-16 education. It's a sadly neglected, would you agree with me, that it's been a sadly neglected area of education for many, many years, with the drive being almost exclusively, the focus being exclusively on A-levels, and a whole load of meaningless university degrees stacking up vast amounts of student debt. It was a tragedy when the post-16 college closed, and it's right that it should be reversed, and I hope the Mayor, with her new powers, will ensure that there is more post-16 education provision in the Broxtowe area, and will he champion that when he has his next tete-a-tete with her?
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. You did mention the Kimberley Cricket Club in the Kimberley Beans business section. I'd like to draw your attention to another issue that's affecting Kimberley Institute Cricket Club. And let me stress straight away that they are extremely grateful to all the monies that they receive from the Kimberley Means Business funding stream. The cricket club is a community amateur sports club run by volunteers, 6 senior teams, 2 ladies teams, 6 junior teams. On a Friday morning they open their doors for lonely, single, elderly people, for a drink, for a chat. Friday night there's sometimes up to 100 children on the field receiving coaching. Recently they submitted a planning application for some new cricket nets. The nets will increase participation in sport and contribute to an improvement in the health and well-being outcomes for the Broxtowe area. When the planning application was accepted, it turns out there is a 0.09%, repeat, 0.09% loss of modified grass of low quality, which led to this did not amount to a significant biodiversity net gain enhancement. This will probably lead to the club needing to plant a couple of trees. However, planting a couple of trees will cost the club £6,500, as they will be expected to pay £2,500 to Broxtowe for the BNG monitoring fee, and the Section 106 agreement to implement the monitoring fee, £2,000 to Broxtowe lawyers and £2,000 to club lawyers. The club are more than happy to meet the BNG obligation. However, this is a ludicrous amount of money to pay for a volunteer community club for a couple of trees. I'm asking that the council should see a way to waiving this extortionate cost, especially in the light of the government plans to scrap rules that requires all sites to deliver a 10% biodiversity uplift. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Winfield.
Councillor Marshall, as a person I know, like myself, that cares deeply about humanitarian and environmental issues, I'm asking for your assurance that this council doesn't invest their money in unethical funds that cause substantial harm to both people and the environment, industries such as weapons, alcohol, gambling, fossil fuels and tobacco. If we do, can I ask what the plans are, if there are any, to transfer our investments to ethical funds only? And if there are no plans, can you tell us what the objections are to doing so? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Winfield. I don't think there are any more questions, so would you like to sum up, please, Councillor Marshall?
Thanks, Ellie, Councillor Winfield. The simple answer is yes. Completely share the concerns around investment. It's a discussion I've been having with Head of Finance and Deputy Chief Executive for some time, particularly with the people who administer our investment fund who are our investments, who are Arling Close Investment Fund, I think they're called. My view is the Arling Close report isn't particularly good, although it does point to some areas of ethical investment which we do as an authority. Separately to that, for instance, we bank, the bank that administers our finances is Barclays, and of course Barclays has a particularly checkered history, and indeed is involved, obviously involved in terms of the Middle East as well, Israel and Gaza, and there are ethical issues there to consider as well. And I've actually spoken to the head of finance about that. Of course, that almost by definition strays into boycott, divestment and sanctions, which I don't think is Labour policy, by the way, but is something that I support in terms of an ability to draw out. And as a group, we are considering how we can better invest ethically, including in that part of the world, and indeed those that administer our finances as well. But the answer is yes, we do okay, and the Arling Close report, which I can provide a copy of you, about how we invest. As I've been trying to talk to you, I've been trying to remember the name of the other report that Mr. Payne will help me with one day, about that I sent to the council around ethical investment. I just can't recall the name of it at the minute, but the gist is yes. Keep you posted on that. Andy, what I'll say to you is I got a lot out of cricket. I didn't quite play on every cricket ground in Nottinghamshire like I did the football grounds, but I got a lot out of cricket. Take from that what you will, Andy, and talk to me separately. But I'm on the planning committee, and I just don't want to predetermine myself here. Now, you might think that's a bit slopey-shouldered, but take from what I've just said to you and talk to me about how we can look at, options around all this. And I'm sure, we can seek some kind of sensible solution to the issue. But I don't want to predetermine myself because I'm actually on the planning committee, and obviously it's a planning issue in that sense. I know that sounds a bit slopey-shouldered, but I hope you get what I'm trying to say. I'm desperately worried that me and Philip are going to start becoming known as the Chuckle Brothers, because he's agreeing with me about post-16 education, and I've said before publicly and in some of these meetings about the existential problem that my previous party, the Labour Party, and indeed previous MPs of this area is. Darren Henry will be able to say he's probably secured more investment via that last administration for the place of Broxtowe than any MP I can remember. Now, you can decide whether you think that's pork barrel politics or not. That is, in my view, politics. But nevertheless, I think that is a legitimate claim to be able to say that. And, that's an existential problem for lots and lots of other kind of like political parties. And indeed, we're only talking about the Midland Main Line not half an hour ago, and failures around investment. But I agree with you in terms of money that was secured and attributed to projects in Broxtowe. It was nearly 45 million quid.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. You can take a well-earned rest now. It looks like you've drunk all your Lucozade anyway. So we'll now move on to item 9.3, which is the report of the portfolio holder for housing, Councillor Vanessa Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to start by just briefly addressing recent events that have happened in Beeston, and just to say that the emergency services and a number of our officers from different departments have been working with tenants and families to offer them support following the fire in the Lilacs in Beeston. That's included offering temporary accommodation to residents where needed, and I'd just like to say that I'm very proud of the work that officers did, taking time out on their weekends to go and support those people in the moment when they were needing it. So yeah, just wanted to address that and say that our thoughts are with everybody that's been affected by that. The report is laid out on page 39. It's quite a short one this time, but I've got some important things to highlight there. I'll start by saying that you'll see we've got a number of new properties. Again, I love saying this, we say it a lot, but we are delivering on what we've said we would do, and we've got more properties coming over to our housing stock over the next weeks and months. Our housing register bands 1 and 2, we currently have 318 people on that waiting list in bands 1 and 2, and you'll see if you do the maths in the report, we've got a significant number of properties coming over to our housing stock in the pipeline, close to 200, including housing association properties that we'll be able to let, and that is a significant reduction in our waiting list. So, if you think we've got 300 odd people in bands 1 and 2, and about 200 odd properties that could potentially go to those people on the waiting list, that's a really positive news story for all of those people who've been waiting such a long time for housing. I'd also like to talk about our tenant satisfaction measures results, the latest survey. We talked about it at recent cabinet meeting in more detail, but the highlights are that we have improved our overall satisfaction from 66% to 71% over the last year, which is a really positive step, and our satisfaction with repairs service has also increased from 63% to 72%. So it's moving very much in the right direction. We do recognise that we still have work to do. We have identified key priorities following this recent survey, which includes some work we'll be doing on antisocial behaviour relating to our schemes and properties, and obviously much more work to be done on things like repairs and communication with tenants. We are not complacent about it. We want to continue to improve our satisfaction and make sure, at the end of the day, make sure that our tenants are happy and comfortable in the homes that we provide for them. I'd also just like to touch on our relet times. So our average relet times are now down to around 30 days, and we are working towards now a target of 25 days, which is something that we're going to be spending quite a lot of time and effort on over the next few months and weeks, so that we can make sure that we can relet those properties quickly to relieve the pressure on our waiting lists, and I look forward to seeing improvements in that. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do we have any questions? Councillor Owen? Councillor Oakford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It may be a short report, but in part is not necessarily very sweet, particularly what I styled as at Cabinet as the Tenants Dissatisfaction Survey, where you tell us it's moving in the right direction. Well, it would have been a real achievement to have got it moving in the wrong direction, bearing in mind the fairly low starting point that you had. It's nowhere near the peak of satisfaction at 80+% that we saw in 2019. And it's the same old story. Tenants not having appropriate communication, not being told what's happening, when it's going to happen. Tenants not being able to get through on the telephone. Repairs not being done. But worst of all, we were told in that report that this council lacks compassion. That's what it said in the responses. The council lacks compassion. Would the cabinet member like to apologise for not showing compassion to our tenants?
Okay, Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just a bit taken about that question, but there we go. As you know, Vanessa, that we're very proud of Broxtowe, and it's been an all-party thing that we have and retained our own housing stock. Other authorities around us, Ashfield, Gedley, Nottingham City and Rushcliffe, have not got their own housing stock. What do you think we can do? And I don't expect you to answer this tonight, but I think this should start a conversation going. What can we do to protect our valuable housing stock by being utilised by failing neighbouring authorities' financial performance?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Watts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smith, you mentioned in the first paragraph of your report of the handover of property at Farm Cottage in Bramcote. I assume that's actually Fish Pond Cottage. But I received an email via Councillor Steve Carr today from a resident who was told in February that she was being allocated one of those properties. She's still waiting to hear any further progress on that and is getting absolutely no response from the council. So can you tell us when those properties will be brought into use and when our resident can expect to move in? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Bales?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vanessa, the report's great. It's the houses being built it's a really positive step, so commend everyone for that. Mentioned earlier about staffing levels, and Councillor Marshall mentioned, does it impinge on performance? Unfortunately, I think it might be doing within the housing team. Some of the team, all the team that when you can get hold of them are excellent, and a special thanks to James Whiter again from the ladies at Cloverlands for the work that you did to enable them to take part in the Beautiful Gardens competition. So that if you could pass on the thanks, please. However, I'm not going to phrase it the same way as Councillor Owen did, because why would I? I mentioned to you a couple of weeks ago at Cabinet about a case in my ward where there was a family, unfortunately, the mother passed away a year ago, and they've just received today news that the father has got weeks left to live. They'll leave behind 4 children. Due to the housing rules, the council house passed from the resident to her husband, but now with his sad news and terminal diagnosis, it can't theoretically pass on to somebody else again, which could lead to 4 children being left homeless, which we don't want to see. I spoke to the Director of Service a couple of weeks ago, and the council were going to get in touch with them to say this could be resolved. It hasn't been resolved yet. They've not heard anything, and with the news today over what they've been told for the diagnosis, then it's something they don't need to deal with. So we could push that as a matter of urgency, please. That would be appreciated. And again, somebody else who's got a child who has got severe sensory issues, lives in a house. They've been trying to get support to move house. And again, it doesn't look like the staffing levels are there to be able to support them how they need to. So if you could look into both of those cases, please, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Bales. I don't think there's any further questions, so Councillor Smith, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So first of all, Councillor Bales, we did talk about that issue. I'm very sorry to hear that there hasn't been any progress, and I will definitely follow up on that, and we'll talk about that after the meeting. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, and likewise the other case that you've mentioned, we'll talk about that as well. I'm keen to help get that resolved. Councillor Watts, my understanding is that there's that Fish Pond Cottage and Farm Cottage, I don't know where the differences are. I think one of them exists and one of them doesn't. And if you say that one's Fish Pond Cottage, I think that's kind of what it's known as anyway. Whether or not it's officially Fish Pond Cottage or Farm Cottage doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But I'm curious to understand the details of that particular case, and obviously I don't have the details to hand, so I'm happy to discuss that with you afterwards. In terms of when the houses will become available to let, we're anticipating that to be very soon, but we've got to go through our processes to sign off from the developers to take ownership of those. I don't have an exact date for you, but I'm sure I can find out. Councillor Carr, it is a concern, definitely. We do have a lot of our own housing stock, and we've put a considerable amount of effort into increasing that stock, and local government reorganisation presents a threat to that, in a sense that yes, we do have neighbouring authorities that don't have their own housing stock, and the challenge in any sort of reorganisation would be how to manage that, right? I don't have an answer to that. It is something that concerns us greatly, and something that we spent a lot of time thinking about how we can protect the housing stock that we've got and keep it in public ownership through that local government reorganisation process. It's not going to be an easy fix. I don't have easy answers for that, but I do share your concerns, and it is something that we perhaps need to be discussing more when we're having those conversations about the implications of local government reorganisation. Councillor Owen, I appreciate that there will always be tenants that feel very strongly about situations that they've found themselves in, and that there are times when we have failed individuals, and we do take that responsibility very seriously. We have a robust complaints process where we review those things and we learn from those situations, and I'm always very sorry if somebody feels like they haven't been treated with compassion, but I reject strongly the idea that our staff who work in the council do not show compassion, do not feel compassion towards our tenants. I know them to be very dedicated public servants who are working really hard to make lives better for the people who are living in our properties, and sometimes in difficult circumstances. As Councillor Baird touched on, yes, we have had some challenges with staffing levels, particularly in our lettings team. We're seeing improvements in that, and we hope that that will result in improvements in how quickly we can process applications and relet properties. In fact, we're already seeing, as I mentioned, our relet time starting to fall. We talked about it at length at Cabinet, and I think we have clear plans for how we will continue to improve the service that we provide, particularly around communication. That involves new telephone systems, which have recently come into operation, and we already have indications that they are working much better. Our call abandonment rates are falling, and we're able to deal with people much more efficiently and speak to people much more effectively. We also have been working hard on new repair systems, so Cabinet has approved that recently. That new repairs management system and work management system will be coming into effect fairly soon, and that should also have an impact on how our repairs system works and how quickly people can get work booked in, how much information they can see about their booked repairs, so they can see what the progress is. They can make adjustments to appointment times if necessary. It should be a system that allows tenants more transparency over the process, and I hope that that will lead to a better satisfaction level with that service, a better service overall. But I strongly reject the idea that people working in the council don't show compassion towards our tenants.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. We'll move on now to item 9.4, which is the report of the portfolio holder for leisure and health. Councillor Teresa Cullen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll find my report, my lovely report, on pages 41 to 48. And as usual, my report is full of good news and good things that are happening. First of all, I want to highlight the youth conference. As you know, I'm a youth worker of some 40 years experience. So I'm exceedingly pleased that we're going to have a youth conference in Broxtowe, and I've been working closely with the department, the officers, on how to plan that, and I'm really looking forward to it. You'll notice on page 44 at the bottom there that there's a new smoking clinic in Eastwood. But unfortunately, it's not going to help Millen because it's for pregnant women, and I don't think he's pregnant, or in fact a woman, so I don't think it'll work for him. So yeah, but there is a smoking cessation clinic starting in Eastwood. So I want to highlight Liberty Leisure on page 45, because in previous reports we've been very worried that Liberty Leisure, because of the loss of the swimming in Kimberley, it would be really challenging and would make a loss. But overall, even though it's a small surplus, there is a surplus, and we're doing better with Liberty Leisure than we thought we would. So I think we should all be pleased about that. The whole council should be pleased about that. Notice, I mean, there's lots in this report, and I'm sure you've read it, but notice on page 46 the summer events. And a nice range of summer events, but very exciting for us Beeston councillors. the Beeston Summer Fete, which is in fact the return of the Beeston Carnival, complete with a parade through Beeston and involving lots of different people, which the mayor will lead, and a whole afternoon of summer fete, including vegetable competitions and cake competitions. And in fact, it's on the 16th of August, which is in fact my birthday. So I'm calling it my birthday parade. Yeah, mine will be similar. D.H. Lawrence Museum. So the museum is doing well as well, and I think it's worth noting that, and noting that we've managed to reduce the subsidy per person significantly, and we're working really hard to continue to do that and make the museum more sustainable and more, giving it a longer and brighter future. But I'm going to highlight, because this is important, external funding, £204,000 of external funding to support these events. So it's not all council money that's being spent on all these events. And we're bringing in money externally to help it. And I'm not going to go on forever, because I could, but I'm going to finish off by telling you that I'm so proud of our Sea City project, and I'm always talking about it. I'm so proud of it. It is an exceptional project where we collaborate with 4 other cities in Europe. But collaborating together, we produced a cookbook. That turned out to be the best cookbook in the world. I'm as surprised as anybody, but it turned out to be the best cookbook in the world in the category of Plurinational Book of the World category, which I think means international collaboration. Nobody expected we'd win this. It is an exceptional book, and in fact, I can proudly say it is the best in the world. And it really put Broxtowe on the map. And it was declared the best cookbook in the world at a ceremony which was in Lisbon, where all the cookbooks from across the world, it's the Oscars of cookbooks. Who knew it existed? The Oscars of cookbooks in a huge conference centre, a bit like the NEC, where the place was full of famous authors and famous publishers and lots of famous people, and me. and they were showing off their best cookbooks and hoping to win, and they'd all got entourage with them of publicists and photographers. They'd got videos to promote their book, they'd got banners, they'd got flags, all sorts. And there was me with a Broxtowe Creates bag and 3 cookbooks in it, and guess what? We won. You can buy yourself a copy of this. I wish we could give them for free, but they cost money to produce. You can buy yourself a copy of the best cookbook in the world in reception tonight for £10 and show it off to all your friends. Soon we'll have stickers to put on that say it's the best cookbook in the world. And then, if you buy a copy, we will give you a sticker.
Will you autograph them?
To say I'm proud is an understatement. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cullen. Do we have any questions? Councillor Mee and Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question for the portfolio holder in relation to the North Broxtowe bursary scheme, which is referenced in the report and just been spoken about. This is a positive development, but I would like to ask the portfolio holder what steps have been taken to develop on the election pledge of building a new pool in the north of the borough, as well as how the council is going to pay for it. I'd also like to understand whether the council is engaged with Kimberley Town Council to make the most of the new space in the hub for residents of Kimberley, and if I may, when the working group for leisure in the north of the borough will reconvene. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mee. Councillor Winfield.
I asked a formal question before the deadline, but it accidentally got overlooked, so I'm going to use my right to ask a supplementary question as well. Councillor Cullen, it is wonderful to see the continuation of Friday 18 in Beeston Square, a programme I know from doorstep conversations that Beeston West residents highly appreciate. It is also good to see this programme being expanded to Kimberley in the north of the borough. Could the portfolio holder please confirm whether there are plans to expand this events programme into other towns across the borough in future years, and also how much this programme costs as a whole and per weekly event? Would the portfolio holder also confirm whether the musicians are paid, and if so, how much? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Winfield. We are aware of your question and we are going to allow it, so you won't need to ask a supplementary. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Residents of Bramcote and indeed the south of the borough have been expecting a new leisure centre to be built for some years. My question is, firstly, why has the councillor group overseeing progress on that not met now for several months? And I don't believe that the next meeting is actually proposed until September. What amendments to the current plans are proposed to adopt the needs of the swimming clubs who've been using the pool, both in terms of the depth of the pool and the public seating, and pardon me, so I was just trying to stop that cough coming, but it got there. Pardon me, what assurances is the portfolio holder able to give us that the necessary support from the Department for Education to use school land during the construction phase is being obtained? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Any further questions? Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mee got in before me as far as the request for an update on swimming facilities and leisure facilities in the north of the borough are concerned. But it's high time that we had some positive news to report on this. The swimming pool was closed down by this council. You respond every time. By me, not by behind you. Behind me, yes. No, it was closed down by this council because we operated it. Anyway, we'll park that one. It's high time that there was some progress to report, and I have every confidence tonight that the portfolio holder will be able to give us some positive news, maybe even, unlike at Bramcote, a date when a new swimming pool might open in the north of the borough. I've a second question on page 46. The D.H. Lawrence Birthplace Museum and the amount of subsidy per person. I have to remember that the majority of people that visit this museum come from outside of the borough. When does she anticipate that the level of subsidy for people visiting the D.H. Lawrence Museum will be reduced to the same level of subsidy for people visiting the two leisure centres, neither of which are in the north of the borough?
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Woodhead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I get fed up. And the footfall there. We should encourage people to go there. Never mind subsistence and everything else. We should encourage people. We have got a really good heritage in Eastwood, and to do things like this, it shuts out the heritage. Shall we shut down heritage all over Nottinghamshire for the sake of that? Shall we close museums all over Nottingham? Shall we close museums all over the place because it's not being paid, not making enough money? Shall we shut all them down? Where is all the heritage? Every single city, borough in Broxton has got a certain amount of heritage. And I'd like to put to Mr. Owen how much heritage he's got in Nuttall, because I know of one good heritage he's got in Nuttall, and he never speaks about it, and they never do anything about it. They never even get involved in it. So please, please stop knocking museums, especially their honours. We've got a damn good heritage in Eastwood, please don't try and knock it and shut us down. We need that support in Eastwood. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Just a point to remind Councillor Cullen about is that one of the only occasions probably that I've seen the Chief Executive not calm was when we were 2 weeks into the pandemic and we had a letter from East Midlands Educational Trust telling us that they wanted to serve notice for us to vacate the school and the swimming pool. 2 weeks into the pandemic. So to keep this mantra going that this council closed Kimberley Village Centre is just false. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I don't think we've got any further questions, so Councillor Cullen, would you like to sum up, please?
Surely more of you have got questions than that. Surely. Will and Philip at the same time, really. So Will, the North Broxtowe Bursary Scheme, as you know, we put that in place because of losing the swimming pool and to keep something. We as an authority, we are still committed to building a new leisure facility in the north, and if we're able to, we want to make it a leisure facility including other community facilities, for example, library, healthcare, things like that. At the moment, we've got all on trying to push through, and I'll come on to the Bramcote development. We're being told at the moment that because of local government reorganisation, we must not really be starting to think about any more capital projects at this point when we don't know if the local authority will exist. So it's really difficult, very frustrating, but we're committed to it. And if we are able to go ahead with that, we will. And we're looking at how we can finance that. Friday 18, Councillor Winfield. Friday 18 is part of the Sea City project that I'm so really proud of all the time. And it was started off very slowly in Beeston, and it's become a great success. And as you say, people really appreciate it. People from all over Beeston, and people turn up. And we never know quite whether it's 1 hour of music to end your working week or 1 hour of music to kick off your weekend. The reason it's expanded to Kimberley, my ambition when we started it was it would be in all the towns of Broxtowe. The reason we've expanded it to Kimberley this year is because Councillor Chris Carr spent a great deal of his own time going and planning how we could do that and going and negotiating with individual venues. We don't have a town square in Kimberley in the same way that we could do it, so it's going into local pubs. And Councillor Carr's really done most of the groundwork on that, and obviously the officers have supported that. And its first week was last week, and I hope that will be a great success as well. In the first year of Friday 18, none of the artists were paid because we didn't have any funds that we could do anything with. But it's never sits easy with anybody like me that professional musicians would be asked to perform and not be paid. So from the second year, we have paid the artists. I'm not going to say in this meeting how much artists get paid. It's not fair for me to out their income in a public forum like this, but they are paid for it. And we do budget for that. We have a budget that this council agreed for the Sea City project and the events team, and that money comes out of that budget. I'm glad that we're able to do that.
She should come along.
And I go every week when I can. I couldn't go last week, but I love that event, and I'd encourage everybody else to come to it. Are you wanting to just ask another question now, or do you want to ask it when it's questions?
I did want to ask a supplementary question.
Why not? When I'm answering so many questions, what's another one?
Question
Yeah,
or from the
that's right.
response?
Does this arise from the original question?
Yes, it does.
In that case,
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. I appreciate why you might not want to share commercially sensitive information, both from a council point of view and from
for the dignity
of the artists. I just wanted to highlight to you that 71% of musicians have been asked to work for free across the UK, and over half for exposure. And as I'm sure the portfolio holder would agree, facts are only facts if they can be tested and proven. And the Musicians Union has undertaken this task and shown that their members' incomes are £5,000 lower per annum than they should be because of this practice. Can the portfolio holder assure the council that the work of musicians is seen as a work and not a hobby, and commit to supporting the Musicians Union in their campaign Pay Not Play by committing to pay each musician engaged in our civic functions at least the union minimum, and that's each musician, so in a band or 4 or 5, at least the union minimum of £162 for a performance of under 3 hours, plus their travel and portage. Thank you.
Okay. As you know, I do believe that facts have to be tested and proven. I do believe that very much. And I also do greatly support the campaign that musicians should be paid. Musicians and artists talk often about artists who are asked to produce artworks for free, musicians that are asked to perform for free. In this country, we have a very big tradition of voluntary work also. So I'm never going to be, and I work in the voluntary sector, so I'm never going to be saying that people can't choose to volunteer their time if they want to. I think that's really important that they can. As I said, I'm not going to say in this forum how much we pay. I'm certainly willing to look at whether what we pay, look with the staff at whether what we pay falls in that range, and I support people being paid at least the right rate for a job in any job that they do. So, but I also support the right of people to spend their time as volunteers if they choose to. So that hopefully that answers that. So now I'm on to the Bramcote New Leisure Centre. So the Bramcote New Leisure Centre, we've got a little delay because we insisted with much negotiation, and thank you to Councillor Marshall here for making this happen. We insisted on a deeper pool and a viewing gallery, and that's caused a delay. And this is where the pressure is to get this build underway before we're told we can't do any more capital builds while the local government reorganisation negotiations are progressed. So we will be building this. I'm not aware that the councillors haven't been meeting, because I've been having a lot of meetings about it, so it feels like there's been a lot of meetings, but they've mostly been with the consultants. So we're just re-engaging the consultants now. They're redrawing the plans. We have there was a small issue with the school and their development plans clashing with ours in terms of where we wanted to resite the car park during the build, but thanks to clever, devoted negotiations, that's now been ironed out. So we now do know that we can resite the car park, we can get on with this, and we need to get on with it quickly. But we didn't want to, there was a lot of pressure to decide we need to go ahead with this without the deeper pool and the viewing gallery. And at the end of the day, my firm belief is if we're going to invest in a leisure centre for the future, we need the best now and not compromise because we're being rushed into it. So we aren't having that. So that's really good news. When will the swimming pool be in Kimberley? It will be in Kimberley as soon as we can find the money to do it, and if we're allowed to do it, because of the government deciding to disband Broxton. Sorry, in Eastwood, yeah. In the north. It'll be in Eastwood or Kimberley in the north. The D.H. Lawrence subsidy. So we're doing a lot of, spent a lot of time talking to the officer who runs the D.H. Lawrence Centre. And one of the issues with bringing that subsidy down is that the space that's available for commercial activity that could actually raise more funds is limited because the building's so small and the space is so small. So we're looking at options of what could be a separate venue to the museum, for example, the shop and a cafe and a commercial side of it, so that we can bring more people into Eastwood for tourism and so that we can raise more funds for that museum. And we are so determined to keep that museum, and it is part of whether or not people visit it from Broxtowe or not. Most people in Broxtowe have been there. I'm pretty attached to it because my maiden name was Mellors, and my family appear in his books, and my family was originally from Hucknall, and Hucknall appears a lot in his book, so I'm pretty attached to it. It's part of our heritage, and we will be keeping it, but it is important, as you say, that we make it sustainable so we don't have these endless questions about whether we can afford it or not. For me, we should always support culture and heritage, but that's me. Ken, that's me. Okay, was that all the questions? Good.
Thank you, Councillor Cullen. Okay, we'll move now on to item 9.5, which is the report of the portfolio holder for environment and climate change. That's Councillor Helen Skinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and ladies and gentlemen. We were very lucky this evening to have a half-hour presentation from Emma about the environment. So I'll just highlight some of the things that she already told us about. So if you came to that, you'd know about these already. So she mentioned the verges and hedges, recycling, how sometimes it's a bit challenging, but we've got to expand it into what they're calling simpler recycling, which will be more complicated recycling, means more and more things go in there. And food waste collection. So there's been fluctuations and disappointments in that, but we just battle on and try very hard to keep it going with our comms things with the men in the cardboard cutouts and everything, which seems to appeal to people, and it makes them more aware of their recycling and more conscientious about it. She told us about drains and flooding, how we watch the drains, we clear the drains, we sweep the streets about every 8 weeks. She told us about, she showed us the carbon reduction trajectory, which is looking really good. So it looks very much like we're going to hit our target in 2027 as we wish to. And so that's really good news. In the report, it mentions the parks which will be surveyed this year. So about 11 there that are done every now and then. So those will be looked at. Emma highlighted the fact that we want to make our parks accessible, and that's one of the things we're focusing on. So every park will have a piece of equipment at least that everybody can access. She talked about the bulky waste days, which help particular areas where, I suppose, they're areas of need really, because when you're poor, waste is difficult to get rid of. So those are the people who benefit the most from the bulky waste days, the free ones that we offer. I just think when you look at the report and you put things in the context of us collecting 6 billion bins and bags, you know, that is just a massive number. So if we miss a few, it's a very, very small percentage of what we're dealing with. I'd like to highlight the Eastwood Green Festival on the 20th of September, where you'll see our beautiful arch, which has now developed into something absolutely wonderful, thanks to the Stapleford Yarn Bombers and the team who've put the lovely ivy and stuff around it. So it's worth going to the festival just to see that really, and take photos of yourself with it. I think we might be able to hire them out for weddings, perhaps get together with Teresa about that. One of the things that's really new that I would like to just highlight is the citizen visioning, because we haven't done anything like that before, and it cost a vast amount of money, but we didn't pay it. So, you know, only a fool would not take advantage of some £80,000 worth of event. And we contacted 6,500 people and invited them to take part in something to do with the climate, and 150 said they'd like to, and from those we whittled it down by some magical means into a reflection of the what's the word I'm trying to say, Broxtowe, how Broxtowe's makeup is. And we got 22 people, and those people dedicated a lot of hours to this project, and they learned so much about each other and about the environment and everything. And they were presented with the final question was, you know, how can the council deal with flooding in a fair way? That was the question that they had. And they spent hours and hours on that, 2 very long evenings and 2 full days. And they worked in groups and various groups and different things together. They had experts talk to them, and they came up with some really good ideas which are going to inform us. So we'll be looking at their ideas and trying to put them into what we do. I think it's very good that we did that. It's an innovative thing, and I do read a lot about people trying to do things with citizens involved in them, and I think that's probably the way we're going. You know, we talk about the two-party system being dead. I think there's a real push for community involvement, and I'm quite proud that we've started that here, and I think there'll be a lot more of it. I could see it actually as something that we could do with disabled people. I can't see why we couldn't get a whole group of disabled people together for them to tell us what they would like as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Anybody wish to ask any questions? Yep. There we go. Councillor Cough.
Thank you. Very briefly, this is a long meeting because it's the first meeting that we've been able to bring up things like this, because we had the budget, we had the AGM, but the Constitution Working Group are coming up with a plan for that. Anyway, Councillor Bingham, Reforms Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment in Nottinghamshire County Council, says man-made climate change is a hoax. Do you agree with him?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the question here is that we now have a contract with a company called Wise, who seem to be the worst named company in the world. This council has spent years building a really good relationship with its residents. They seem hell-bent on destroying it as soon as possible. Can I urge the council to rip up that contract and get rid of this awful firm? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Fassio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just almost had my thunder stolen by Councillor Carr, because that was in response to my motion at County. And then also the question I'm going to ask is also about Wise. So obviously there's been some negative press around the council's use of this enforcement agency targeting materials left outside residential properties, and some fines being given and some being rescinded. We all agree fly tipping is a terrible crime. I was wondering if you had any details of any fines given for the kind of drive-by fly tipping in rural areas that we thought they were going to target, and how much these fines have been for.
Thank you, Councillor Fassio. Councillor Winfield.
Hi Helen, Councillor Skinner. Thank you for your updates this evening around the council's progress with cutting some of our emissions. Many of my residents in Beeston West also care deeply about the environment and the issue of climate change, so they are taking whatever steps they can within their power to minimise their contribution to the damaging impacts of climate change. With that in mind, please could the portfolio holder update this council on its progress towards achieving net zero by 2027, the likelihood of fully achieving this outcome, and also how much of this has been achieved through the purchase and trading of carbon credits from the carbon trading markets. If this is the case, can the portfolio holder offer this council their full assurance that none of this council's money has been used to purchase carbon credits from projects and companies highlighted by Panorama in March and May 2024 that were found to have been engaging in sexual harassment and exploitation of the women and girls in their employ, and also in deforestation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Winfield. Councillor Bulbricott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine's a much more simple question. You'll be pleased to hear, Helen. Well, first of all, I want to record my thanks for the refuse team and for the work they do. They're always friendly and fun and they go out in all sorts of weather, and we've seen recently how hot it's been, bless them. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, on page 50, it mentions where the bulky waste days are going to be later this year. Now, every single day, well, not every single day, but every other day, Steve or I will drive out of our drive and we'll go one way or the other, and somewhere along the line we'll see something that's been fly tipped in Beeston North, particularly the area north of the A52. So where it says Bramcote, I'm just wanting to clarify whether you mean Bramcote or whether you actually mean Beeston North, because people do get that muddled up. And if you don't, can we please have one in Beeston North again this year? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I don't think there's any further questions, so Councillor Skinner, would you like to sum up, please?
I think Councillor Steve Carr, saying that climate change is a nonsense, it sounds like a joke, but really it's very, very worrying, because people are losing their jobs and losing their grants to do any of this work, and we're doing this at our peril. And plus, we've spent quite a lot of time with comms, with the public, and hard to reach people, and they're coming round to realising now and wanting to do something about it. And then you've got idiots like that just saying, oh, it's nonsense, the science is flawed. And, we're sweating to death here and drying ourselves to death, and yet they won't have it. But it's very worrying. The two people who've talked about the WISE thing, now this is a 12-month project. Many people actually are pleased with it. Those people who are not happy with what's happened need to just go through the process and appeal, and it will be looked at and dealt with. And we're going to keep up with it for the 12 months, because that's what we've set out to do. And we did it because there was a need. We had a year when we said, oh, we'll do it ourselves, we'll do it by encouraging people, and we'll use our own staff, and we don't have the capacity for it. And it wasn't working, because that was one of the areas of discontent when we asked people that they didn't think the place was clean and tidy enough. And the £7,000 that we had to pay on the dumped asbestos was really the last straw for us as well. I don't know exactly the details of what they've managed to find and how they're doing how they're getting on with the fly tipping and what fines they've given to those people. But they are a professional group. They work with other authorities. They know what they're doing, which is one reason why we chose them, because we don't have that level of expertise that they have. It's what they do all day long, and they know the best way to do it. And at the end of the 12 months, if we don't like it, then, we can tell them so, but they'll know that. But we must tell people to let the thing run its course, go through the process, appeal if you think you've been wrongfully accused. No one likes a fine, though. Nobody likes a fine, and everybody will try and get out of it if they can. Plus, the media have been wanting to jump on this from the very day we started it, trying to find some horrible story. So that's in it as well. So people have been encouraged to go to the media rather than go through the process and go to the council. Right. So, Ellie, you can see what progress we're making towards carbon reduction. And I said it today, but our graph, if you came to the talk, you'd see the graph where it's showing that quite clearly we're going to hit our target by 2027, and we're not doing that by horrible means that I know of. If there's anything really dodgy going on, then I'll find out about it. But as far as I know, we're doing everything above board nicely and caring for the environment as we do it. And Councillor Barbara Carr, they must mean Beeston North, but I'm not sure, because some of the posh places were saying it wasn't fair that they didn't have free collection, so it could be. I'll check it out for you though. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Okay, we'll move now on to item 9.6, which is the report of the portfolio holder for community safety, Councillor Gabrielle Bullen. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really pleased to bring forward this report tonight. There's a lot of detail in here across a number of areas that show just how wide-ranging this portfolio is. There's things in there for environmental protection, community safety infrastructure and licensing. I'll keep it fairly brief. I just want to touch on a few of the sort of patterns going throughout this report. The first of these is sort of the lack of complacency from our team, and I would commend the excellent work they do. There's a number of points in this report where they touch on the training, on the outreach they do, working with lots of different groups across the borough, ensuring that there's the knowledge and information so that we can address issues, and working with residents and businesses to make sure that we're setting good standards in a wide range of areas. I also want to draw attention to the team's success in winning a number of recent funding bids, ensuring that our council budget is spent effectively on things, but also allowing us to deliver additional activity and resources. For example, the Help Point CCTV units that have been installed at either end of Beeston, and the work that alongside that around the safer street cameras there as well. It's just one example. And also they've recently won another bid from the Nottingham Police Crime Commissioner to extend further work, which is just excellent. I'm really pleased to see that, allowing us to maximise the benefits as a council, like I say, and deliver a really good programme of work for our residents. I also want to touch on some of the benefits, some of the work that's in here, that it talks about in here, that's being funded through our UK SPF programme, particularly in terms of working with young people to ensure a better future for them, addressing some of the antisocial behaviour in the borough, and making sure that those, but more importantly, like I say, making sure that those individuals have a better future and outcomes, and not being written off as just a form of trouble. And finally, I just want to commend the team. Since taking on this portfolio a few months ago, it's been eye-opening to see, you know, the role that our officers play, not just in Broxtowe, but actually across the wider Nottingham and Nottinghamshire region, and the respect that they are afforded by other councils and other officers at those. It was something that was actually touched upon by Councillor Marshall in his speech earlier about the work that Ruth Hyde does and the position that she plays in some of these sort of coordinating groups. And I say, like, to come onto there as a representative of Broxtowe Borough and to work alongside these people has been very rewarding. So although I know it's not the purpose of this, I just want to thank Ruth for attending those meetings with me and for the support and guidance that she's given me over the last few months, and to say that it will be very much missed. I'm happy to take any questions on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunn. Do we have any questions? Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, Councillor Bunn. I commend all the work that's been done, but I just wondered, right, I mean, I know there's a motion earlier on, or is it later on? Or it could be earlier on, it could be morning, right, I'm not sure. But I've just wondered if we could start targeting the biggest bugbear of most residents is the people on them bikes. I just wondered with the police, I mean, I know it's bad in Stafford, I'm guessing it's bad everywhere else in the borough. Can we come up with a strategy so that the police, because I know they can't stop them, that they hit them? We're coming up to the summer, I don't mean hit them, we're coming up to the summer holidays where they just target certain areas, especially main roads where, God forbid, one of them, some young kid's going to get killed. But I think we should be out there targeting them, educating them and stopping them from doing it. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Any further questions? No. In that case, Councillor Bunn, would you like to sum up, please?
I think I've got away lightly by being at the end of the list there, so that was quite an easy one. Easy answer to that, Maggie, is yes. It is actually these sort of vehicle crimes are a priority for Nottinghamshire Police, and they do a considerable amount of work of it. I share your concerns over it, and I'm aware that, you know, it's a very wide range of issues. So there are problems, obviously, with young people using bikes inappropriately. That's one of the reasons why we're doing some of the targeted work through the SPF funding to work with young people, but then has a knock-on effect on activity that is elsewhere. But like I say, it's to support the police in the work that they do. And as I say, it is one of their, put me on the spot here, I think it's 5 priority areas for Nottinghamshire Police, and it is very high up in there. And as I say, it's also a subject I have monthly. So as well as like ad hoc meetings about specific issue, I have a monthly meeting with Usher from the police and our officers where we go over sort of It's a chance to look sort of more strategically at some of the things, so rather than just picking up on one specific instance, picking out where there have been patterns and repeated of a similar type of incident, and that is something that always comes up, and we're always looking for new ways to address it. However, if councillors are having specific areas with that and they want to forward them on to me, or if you have any particular ideas for how it can be addressed in your area as well, I'm always happy to hear them. I would be remiss if I didn't repeat what the police are always asking me to urge people, and I didn't put it in my bit earlier, which is just to make sure that if anything is happening, please do report it. There's an online option for non-emergency reporting if no one's in danger, but of course if it is something where someone's riding in traffic, please do feel free to use 999 and make sure that that intervention can happen. And also if you've got residents coming to you with concerns, again, if you could ask them to make sure that it is being reported. It is one of the continual problems I have when I talk to officers and they say, I'm being told this is an issue, where they tell me, well, the stats don't back it up. And obviously I don't accept that as an answer, and I'm like, well, it's definitely happening because, I can see the reports from online, I can see it from my fellow councillors, and I can see it myself. But, if we can reinforce that message, that would greatly help me and help our officers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bunn. We'll move on to item 10, which is the annual scrutiny report. Councillor Sean Danhammer, would you like to present the report, please?
1 second. Knees a bit stiff, sat down a bit. 1, 2. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll just let people they'll be glad to know that we're actually halfway through this evening, so I'll try and keep this one short. Quick response to a couple of questions that came to Environment with Helen on the WISE. We have asked for a 6-month review at scrutiny coming forward, so I know a couple of people asked the questions that are on scrutiny, so you'll have a chance to ask them face to face on that one. I think it's important we get an understanding of it and going forward. So the Overview and Scrutiny Committee is cross-party and aims to be non-political. It is a critical friend and provide clarity and influence for positive conversations. The committee aims to amplify the voice of residents and invite witnesses to contribute to the meeting and share both experiences and lived. Scrutiny has recommended to Cabinet issues have been raised from members. The next step will be engaging more with the wider community to ensure we focus on issues that matter to residents and have a real impact on council policies and services. The report summarises many issues which have been reviewed and challenged throughout the year and highlights some of the key achievements. I'm not going to go through them all because I know you've all read it and all the answers already. So the scrutiny team, we would like to thank all the officers and members who have been involved in the scrutiny. And we would particularly like, and put it on record please, to thank Lisa Evans for all the hard work she's done. She was classed as part of the team in most of the scrutiny projects we did and done an absolutely brilliant job and done all these reports. I do hope my new handler is diligent. That's probably really for me. I don't want to go into much depth. We say we've had a long evening. I'm happy for any questions or kind comments.
Thank you, Councillor Danhammer. Are there any questions for the Chair? Councillor Richard McRae.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not a question. I just want to say thank you to Sean because the meeting has been really good. Unfortunately I'm not on it anymore, but Councillor Donna McRae is, so she'll have the fun on that one, and Steve as well. But no, I really enjoyed that committee. It is important, and it was always chaired fairly, and everybody did get the chance to join in. And as you've said, the staff were as much as part of the team as the councillors sitting around the table. When I first got put on that committee, I thought, oh God, what's he put me on there? And I actually really enjoyed it, and that was all down to the work and the way that Sean runs their meetings. So, it's my loss and someone else's gain, so I just want to say thank you to you.
Thank you, Councillor McRae. Councillor Steve Cole.
Yes, I'm on this committee. I'm also on the Overview Committee at County Hall as well for my sins. And can I just say that if anybody wants to see how not to run Overview and Scrutiny, watch the next one, County one, on YouTube, because Overview and Scrutiny at Nottinghamshire County Council now is almost virtually non-existent.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Yeah, so the report is duly noted, so we'll move on to item 11, presentation of petitions. You'll be very pleased to know that there aren't any petitions to be presented, so we'll move to the next item. However, before we move on to item 12.1, which is the notice of motion, I'm going to propose that, as we've been going for nearly 2.5 hours, that we have a short break, reconvene at 25 minutes to. Do I have a seconder for that? Yeah, in that case, can I have a show of hands, all those in favour? That's carried. Yes, thank you. We'll reconvene at 25 to 10. Okay, everyone, we'll resume the meeting. Before we do, I'll just remind everybody that the mover of a motion has 10 minutes to speak, the seconder has 5 minutes, and the mover has 10 minutes to sum up. Now, we've already been gone over 2 hours, and it's likely that this meeting is going to last much more than 3 hours. So I need to ask, are you happy to continue with the meeting through to the end of the agenda, or if not, do you wish to set a time to end the meeting, at which point then any matters which haven't been dealt with would then be deferred to the next meeting or to an extraordinary meeting? So, okay, so I get the feeling that 10 o'clock we're going to curtail the meeting. I'll put that to a vote. I'll propose that. Do we have a seconder? Seconded, councillor, yeah. Yeah. In that case, all those in favour of curtailing the meeting at 10 o'clock? Okay. Any against? Any abstentions? One abstention I can see. Two. Oh, sorry. Three abstentions. Four abstentions I think we've got. Okay. So that's carried. The meeting we'll see where we get to the 10 o'clock point, and then we will stop at that point. So does that mean we stop in the middle of the...
Yeah.
Or do we go to the end of an item?
Well, we'll see where we are, and then I'll call whether we take it to the vote or whether
Okay.
we defer it. Yeah.
Right, in that case, we'll move on to item 12.1, which is notice of motion. The first motion is been submitted by Councillor Steve Carr. Councillor Carr, would you like to propose a
Yes,
motion?
thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Councillor Stockwell, remind me to buy you a lanyard that's a darker blue than that. It's upsetting me. I rise to propose motion 12.1 and try to draw a line in the sand on this sorry's tale. In 2017, Stapleford Community Group purchased a flagpole in Stapleford after the Town Council declined to do so. Since then, the group and others organised all flag-raising events ensuring that they were public, inclusive and respectful. Events that have been marked include St George's Day, VE Day, Armed Forces Day, Remembrance Day, and have been well attended by residents, MPs and Mayor of Broxtowe, Stapleford and many other community groups helped with these events. In over 8 years, there have been no issues with any flag event. A number of individuals have recently tried to disrupt or take over the role of organising these events. These attempts appear to be part of an ongoing targeted campaign against Councillor Richard McRae and the Stapleford Community Group, something that has had a detrimental impact on Richard's mental health. Richard has done so much for the people of Stapleford. The individuals now want Stapleford Town Council to take over the events, despite not providing the flagpole in the first place and declining involvement in 2017. They've even suggested a rival flagpole. At a time when there are far more important issues to be concerned about, these attempts seem a complete waste of people's time and energy. Supporting this motion will protect community-led initiatives and show appreciation for the voluntary work that Stapleford Community Group do. It will also send a strong message, supported by our recent protocol, that this council does not tolerate campaigns of abuse against councillors. It will also promote community cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second
Councillor
that.
Williamson.
Reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak? Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I support the gist of this with the small amendment that we insert the words alongside the combined services after the word group in the second paragraph.
I accept that.
Councillor Owen.
Yes, very briefly, we're going to abstain on this. There's so clearly a falling out, and it's not for us, in my view, as a council to get involved in this, and I don't think it's an appropriate motion, and I won't read out all the info that I've got here, but it's very disturbing, and I think I understood, Councillor Marshall, if I may speak directly to him, Mr Mayor, that you were brokering a meeting and were chairing a meeting yesterday. I take it from your comments that hasn't taken place.
No, there was a discussion tonight, and I think this could be the first step in trying to resolve a situation.
Well, I wish you well in doing that, but we shall abstain because we're not involved in this. We don't want to get involved.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Barbara Carr.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to support the motion. As Councillor Steve Carr has stated, it's simply there to draw a line in the sand under this unfortunate matter. What's happening currently with the flag and flagpole in the Walter Parker Square is working well. So why change it? All the associated events are being well attended, and the voluntary groups in Stapleford come together and sort things out. The actual flagpole itself and the flag are looked after meticulously and respectfully by volunteers of the Stapleford Community Group and other groups, including the Combined Services. Just to give you a little bit more background, the Stapleford Community Group was set up by Richard McRae in 2011 before he became a councillor, and well before the Broxtowe Independent Group was formed. Richard keeps it completely non-political and separate, and always has. All the members are volunteers. So as the business manager for the Broxtowe Independent Group, I can confirm that the rest of our group of councillors, the three of us here, are not affiliated or aligned politically or in any way with the Stapleford Community Group, or it would be on our declarations of interest. So the information being handed out on this leaflet, anonymous leaflet in Stapleford, is incorrect and misleading and irresponsible, and it has frightened some people unnecessarily. We've had phone calls and emails. And I'd like to remind you that the role of both elected members and volunteers is many, many things, but what it isn't is to drive discord, incite protests or peddle incorrect information. Look, we don't always have to agree with one another, but we should always try to be respectful and kind to each other. And I would like to thank, personally, the Stapleford Community Group and the other groups that look after the flag and flagpole in the Walter Parker Square for all the good work they do for the people of Stapleford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Would anybody else like to speak? No. In that case, Councillor Steve Carr, would you like to sum up?
I appreciate, Councillor Owen, that you don't really want to get involved in this, but it is up to this council, because this is council land. Walter Parker Square mainly belongs to Broxtowe Borough Council, a part of it belongs to Nottinghamshire. And also our civic team have been involved year after year in actually helping to organise these events. So it is actually for this council on its land to draw a line under this and say things will continue the way they are.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. In that case, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
With the amendment.
Sorry, all those in favour with the agreed amendment? Yes. Okay. Any against? Any abstentions? 8. I'll make that 8. Yep. Yep. Thank you. The item's carried. Okay. Item 12.2. This has been submitted by Councillor Adam Stockwell. Would you like to propose your motion, please, Councillor Stockwell?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Are we waiting for the councillors who are absent?
Yes, we need to get the those who declared an interest back in, don't we?
Are you happy to start this motion?
Sorry? Mr Mayor, I formally move the motion as set out on the agenda.
Take it to a vote at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just point out, are you happy to start this motion, because we will have to take it to a vote. You've got just over 12 minutes left, and we will have to take it. Sorry? Okay.
Adam has, and I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
So we are going to be dealing with it. Okay, we'll come to that. We'll just wait for it. Everybody to return.
Yeah.
Point of order. Are we? We said we're going to postpone at 10. Is that postponed to the next meeting, or will there be a call for the next ordinary meeting? I don't know if that got.
I'll see. I'll seek some guidance. Thank you. With the guidance I've received due to the time till the next meeting is that there would have to be an extraordinary meeting, yes. Okay. Everybody's back, I think, who left, haven't they? So, is he? Oh yeah, John McGrath.
Chair, can I move that we carry on then rather than an extraordinary meeting? That we just plough through this?
Yeah.
Rather than have an extraordinary meeting?
We would need to, you may take another vote then, because we voted to finish at 10. So if we are seeking to continue the meeting today to deal with all items on the agenda, we need a proposer and a seconder. Seconded and all, yeah.
In that case, it's been moved and seconded that we will continue with the meeting until the end of the agenda. So we need to put that to the vote. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Yeah.
It's
carried.
I'm just checking. Okay.
It's carried.
Yeah.
Right, so we will be carrying on to the end. So I think everybody's back now. So we will now move on to your motion, Councillor Stockwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors. I wish to begin my speech this evening on the motion by making it crystal clear that, as I mentioned in the preamble to the motion, that I fully acknowledge and accept the possible health benefits that people can get from cycling, and I also fully acknowledge that e-bikes themselves have an important role to play, particularly with cyclists who are older or struggle with the use of more traditional push bikes. This motion is not about them, and it is not aimed at them at all. I simply am speaking on the issues that we have all seen recently, both online and in traditional media. In the last few weeks, we have seen an increased rise of accidents that involve e-bikes between vehicles and pedestrians, including quite recently one that involved an accident with a police car as well. Whilst these accidents may simply be just accidents, it does concern me that we have seen an significant rise in this sort of injury. And while mostly seem to be fairly minor at the moment, I worry how long it's going to be until we see someone with severe injuries or possibly even a fatality. Multiple reports of dangerous riders of e-bikes have come to light both online and in conversation with both myself and others that have been brought to my attention. We have seen it where e-bike riders swerve dangerously in and out around cars, and they do not obey red light laws, and they just carry on going as if they own the road. I've also heard and witnessed e-bike users who decide to ride at speed towards pedestrians deliberately in an attempt to get them to, I don't know, jump out of the way. But you think all it takes is one slip, one miscalculation, or it being ridden at an older resident, and that is going to be a serious collision with serious injuries, no doubt. I want to present this motion in this way because one of the biggest things that I have seen locally that is not just affecting our borough, the wider county area, or even the city, is that the way that some delivery drivers who use bikes in their jobs act. They, again, ride at speed, which I realise when you're delivering food and takeaway is a necessity, but you also need to make sure that they obey the law, which so many of them clearly don't. A lot of the time, the only sort of colourings that is on them and their bikes is the logos and the stylings of the brands that they represent, whilst they themselves as riders and bikes are fully in black. So it means that they've got no chance of being seen at night for a lot of the time, and it's how long until someone gets knocked off because of this. In addition to these issues with the way that they're being ridden, in the dangerous manner that they are, one of the more serious things I've been informed of, and in fact witnessed, is the way that e-bikes are being used by groups of young people in particular, seem to be taking aim at lone females walking home at night. A couple of weeks ago in Kimberley, on the way home, on the way home from the pub actually, we was walking one of the staff members home as she was not keen on walking the whole way home in the dark alone, and at which point halfway through the walk home there was 4 lads all in complete black, all with face coverings and hoods up so you couldn't identify them, coming through, riding towards us, trying to circle around us and intimidate us. Strongly suggesting that they go away, they did, which relieved the fact that there was a group of us walking, and my fear is what would happen is if it was just one of us on our own, whether it was myself or my friends, male or female, but the fact that they seem to be targeting females in particular, alone at night, you don't know what could possibly happen. And it is disgraceful that we have residents in our borough who do not feel safe walking alone at night. Whilst a lot of the time can't be avoided in real life and society, we can do things to help prevent this. And that is one of the reasons why in the third point of my motion, where I ask that the Chief Executive writes to the Secretary of State for Transport to undertake a review of the current legislation, that we introduce a new licence and training course situation and registration of e-bikes so that they can be dealt with by the authorities relevantly and as necessary. Generally, I don't like introduction of any more restrictions and regulations. However, I also believe that when things are clearly not working as they are intended to, things have to change and we need to make a positive start on that. And that is why I have moved this motion this evening to make that, to begin that conversation and to start that positive change, to help prevent the antisocial behaviour, to help prevent the bad actors who ride these in such a dangerous manner and that risk hurting themselves and other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stockwell. Do you have a seconder? The seconder has 5 minutes to speak. I'll just point that out.
I'll second, but I'll reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Crosby. So, does anybody like to speak? Councillor Richard McRae.
Can I just say I'd got an amendment.
Oh, sorry, you've got an amendment.
Yes, I did have an amendment which we
Yes.
were proposing to put forward, but in view of the time, the fact we all really want to go home, and there is another meeting in September, I think we can probably withdraw that on this occasion, if everybody's happy with that.
Okay. Thank you. So the amendment's withdrawn. So in that case, Councillor McRae, I'll move to you next.
Thank you, Adam, Councillor Stockwell, for bringing this motion to the council. It is important. I think it was Councillor McGrath a while ago mentioned about, dangerous bikes and stuff like that, and it's a problem in Stapleford. I'm guessing it's a problem everywhere. I'd like to add a question to this if it's relevant for this. Tell me if it's not. I think I've asked in 2 meetings, in 2 prior meetings, to do with the council, and I'm still waiting for a response. That we ask the officers here, staff, whatever you want to call them, to contact Lime to find out how many bikes are actually being stolen, how many bikes are being vandalised, because what's happening is that this is a problem in Stapleford. Some youngsters, and it's only a small handful, most of the youngsters are good people and doing good stuff, but a small amount of youngsters, they're stealing these electric bikes, they're stealing they're vandalising them, they're taking the batteries off them, and they're taking the control panels off them. And what they're doing, because they're very clever, they're making their own bikes into these electric bikes, so that they're way faster than they should be, because they know what they're doing. It worries me that we're going to get a call now, the fire brigade end up going to a house, because when they're converting these bikes, they're having to use chargers to charge them up, and they're not the genuine chargers, and that it really concerns me. So I think we need to be asking Lime that for some stats, you know, how many bikes are being stolen, because there shouldn't be any bikes in Stapleford that's coming from them, because they're not supposed to be over there. And we're finding them daily, dumped down alleyways, they're dumped on parks, they're dumped all over the place. And most of them, not all of them, but most of them that's dumped, the batteries are stolen, the control panels are stolen. And the reason they're getting them out of the zone that you're allowed to use them in is because they know how to hack them. And if you ever see one whizzing along and it's going click, 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 that's because they broke it to do it. So I'm worried that someone's going to get hurt or worse. So if that can be found out, that'd be brilliant. But more than happy to support this. And again, thank you, Adam. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McRae. Councillor Kingdon.
Worshipful Mayor, I oppose this motion, and I oppose it quite strenuously. I totally accept the sincerity of Councillor Stockwell, and he's highlighting a very serious problem. But the problem he's highlighting is antisocial behaviour and crime. It is not e-bikes. Excuse me. The e-bikes are limited to 15.5 miles an hour. Well, last time I cycled here, I didn't cycle tonight, but last time I cycled here for a gas meeting, I hit 18.8 kilometres an hour down Willerton Road. I'm just a fat bloke on a bike trying to lose some weight. The problem is not that 15.5 miles an hour is not fast. The problem you're talking about is people hacking bikes. The problem you're talking about is people using bikes in an antisocial way. 3 of my constituents in my ward were coming home late at night. They happened to be on e-bikes, but that's irrelevant. And they were hit by cars racing after they'd finished celebrating their A-levels a few days ago. They're very, very seriously injured. One of them has potentially life-threatening injuries. But I'm not standing here saying we should ban cars because 2 morons are racing. What we need to do is deal with the crime. And Councillor Bunn said during her report that we're taking targeted action against people doing specific types of antisocial behaviour. I totally accept all of the problems that you're raising, but the problem isn't e-bikes, the problem is people behaving in an antisocial way. And what we should be doing is working with the police to try and stop antisocial behaviour and crime and intimidation. Those are completely legitimate things. E-bikes are irrelevant to this. If they're not doing it on e-bikes, they'll be doing it on something else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Bales.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We support the fundamentals of this motion. I would like added in, if possible, e-bikes and e-scooters because they are just as dangerous. And going by what Councillor Kingdon said, I also have an issue with the current 15.5 miles per hour limit because cyclists on pedal bikes go a hell of a lot faster than that. As I found out today by 3 people trying to get me on Derby Canal. I don't think it was targeted, I just think I was in the way. But if you could look at those items, we could support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bales. Are you proposing formally that the wording is amended to read e-bikes? Thank you. Do we?
You're willing to accept that amendment?
Yeah. Would you?
Just very quickly, I just have to say that yesterday evening I did go to Cossall Parish Council meeting, and as you know, they do have a lot of footpaths there along the canal bank, and this is I know it's antisocial behaviour on bikes, and it's causing a real problem, because what is happening, I think they must be coming from Stapleford to go through into Cossall, and people are walking along that towpath, and they won't. They expect people to move out of the way of the bikes, and it's causing quite a few problems for people. They are not wanting to walk along the canal, and also it's churning the footpaths up as well. So it is a big problem, whether it's antisocial or anti-bike, I don't know, but it's something that we need to have a look at. Okie dokie.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. I need to check whether the proposer and seconder are willing to accept that amendment to include the wording e-scooters.
I would be minded to accept that, yes, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to remove the reference to the 15.5 mile per hour limit as well.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Bunn.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak very quickly. As this does fall under my portfolio, and to comment on that just very briefly, I do agree with Councillor Keenan to some extent in that I appreciate where the gist of this motion is coming from, but it is aimed at antisocial behaviour. Unfortunately, a lot of the you know, things that people have talked about, while very real issues and ones that we do take very seriously, and one that you know, I have discussions about frequently, they are around the ways in which these bikes are misused, which are already against the law. I'm happy to support points 1 to 4, because I think, you know, like, it gives weight to the arguments that I make on a regular basis about saying that we need to be looking at this. But I just want to suggest a small amendment, which is in the first sentence to take out possible health benefits. E-bikes do have benefits for a lot of people. My elderly mother, oh God, I've just called her elderly on a recorded TV. I'm going to be in trouble next week. But my mother wouldn't be able to keep up with my father on their bike rides without the assistance of a bike. And I'm really glad as well to see that 15.5 mile per hour limit taken out, because actually that's really important for safety reasons. It allows people to keep up with traffic where they're using these bikes. And the point is that the motor takes you up to that level and then it cuts out so that you can't go faster than that solely by a motor-powered vehicle, and that's why that limit exists. As I say, my mother, who not only have I just insulted, but she's also a cycling efficiency examiner for 20 years, so she would be telling me off if I didn't point that out. So yeah, I would like to suggest just 2 further small amendments, which I hope you'll accept. Like I say, first of all, just to take out that possible from the first sentence, because it does make us sound like we're against e-bikes in general, where it is actually just a very small group of users that are the misusers. The same with any form of transport, the same with the small amount of people that drive cars badly or, you know, other things. Doesn't make it more serious, but I just want to make that clear. And also just to take out that last section, because I said there's other things around registration and licensing that I wouldn't want putting that in there to detract from the core of the motion, which I think is very well placed and timely. Thank you.
Before I bring you in, Councillor Brown, I need to ask, would you be prepared to accept those amendments that are proposed and seconded?
I'm happy to remove the word possible. I phrased it in that manner, just thinking about what is possible along the lines with anything. It was more of an overview, so I'm more than happy to remove that phrasing for Councillor Bunn. The parts at the bottom where I make the suggestion that the letter is for what we write in the letter, I feel like it is important to keep, because considering that so many of the riders who are committing actions of antisocial behaviour are fully covered and you can't identify them, I think some sort of registration system possible. At the end of the day, these are just suggestions to go forward for a review. It's not likely that, or it's not necessarily something that is guaranteed to happen, and it was just a suggestion made that it's an area that could be looked at. And I would like to keep those parts in.
In that case, do you wish to push that amendment to the vote? I need a seconder.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to move it as a motion, but I will. I mean, that will mean I have to abstain, I'm afraid. And like I say, it doesn't mean I don't support the main body of the motion, but unfortunately that bit, there are problems, and my background means I'm very aware of what those are.
Thank you, Councillor Bunn. Councillor Brown, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As one or two may know, I've had a little bit of experience with the two-wheeled world for nearly 50 years. I think the problem is they aren't bikes, they're mopeds, and they should be registered as mopeds. And the same goes for anything with an engine that's going on the highway. They need registering and tax and insurance. It's as simple as that, but it's bigger than us. We should inform the Minister of Transport, and it needs a government petition to get this law changed. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Does anybody else wish to speak? No? In that case, Councillor Stockwell, would you like to sum up?
Extremely briefly, Mr Mayor, it's just that I completely understand Councillor Bunn's points and I can appreciate why she wishes to abstain. Councillor Kingdon, I understand your point about obviously the way this is with working with the police, which is why I put the first point of the motion to be that we write to the Police and Crime Commissioner and the East Midlands Mayor to work together to do a strategy to implement further the good work that we are already doing at the borough. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor Stockwell. In that case,
we're voting on the amended motion.
Yeah, we're voting on the amended motion, which is with the word
e-scooter.
E-scooters added.
Yeah, adding e-scooters, removing the 15 miles limit, remove the word possible.
Yeah, okay. So are we clear on that? Yeah, look,
I did ask a question as well, didn't I? If it could be added to it, you can ask the staff, the officers to ask Lime about them things, or is that not that's separate? We'll do that separately.
okay. In that case, we'll move to the vote on the amended motion. All those in favour? It's going to be carried, I think.
Yeah, it's carried.
It's carried.
To ask if there's any against
Yep.
and abstention.
Any against? 2. Any abstentions? 1 abstention, I think.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
sorry,
carried.
2. 2
Two
abstentions.
abstentions,
Yeah,
but
2
motion's
abstentions.
carried.
Thank you, the item's carried. So,
Mr. Mayor, could I make a special request? I do apologise, but we do have to be somewhere quite urgently, and I wondered if you would mind if Councillor Carr prevents her question on item 15 now, because if we have to go, then I'm afraid that question will fall, and it's quite important.
So to change the order of the business, we just need a second.
okay, if we need to change the order of business, then do we have a seconder for that? I need a second and I'll put it to the vote. You can? Right, we've got a proposal and a second. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour of changing the order of business, please show your hands. Thank you. Okay. All those against? That's obviously fell. And any abstentions? Yeah, 1, 2. It's lost anyway. Okay, sorry about that. It's lost. So the next one is
Yeah.
where are we?
We've done 12.3.
Yeah.
12.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There shouldn't be anybody in this room that doesn't know what this motion is about. If you have, you've had your head in the sands for a number of months and years. Chief Exec has reported back on this in numerous occasions. I move this motion formally.
And I second the reserved right to speak.
Thank you. Yeah. So, would anybody like to speak? Councillor Owen?
And then me.
Yes, we do know what this motion is all about, but I think it is flawed in one respect, that it doesn't state a position for Broxtowe Borough Council other than we don't want to go into the city. Well, we've been saying that for a long time and had petitions going months and months ago to ask people to support that position. But if local government does go ahead, local government reorganisation does go ahead, I think it's important that as a council we state what our position should be. And so I'm proposing an amendment to this motion to add a last bullet point to the 5 that you've got there, and my able assistant is handing them out as I speak. To save time, Mr. Mayor, I'll read this out. It's quite a simple amendment. In the event that local government reorganisation proceeds, this council supports the 2 unitary council solution, namely 1 unitary council for the city and 1 for the rest of the county, based on existing boundaries. Now, I think that is a positive statement. It leaves everything in that you want. I wouldn't necessarily go along entirely with all of it, but I'm prepared to accept what you are saying. But nevertheless, I do think we have now got to come out of the closet, so to speak, and say exactly what we do want. I note the comments that you've made previously about there being no unanimity amongst the local authorities in Nottinghamshire, and I think that is a big disappointment. I think it's a huge disappointment that we can't get together to protect the interests of the residents of Nottinghamshire, because that's what we are seeking to do. There aren't that many that want to join the city. There are some, I know,
but the vast majority don't. And this seems to me to be a way of sending a message, a loud and clear message, and I'm happy to, or we're happy to go along with what you're saying, that you would prefer local government reorganisation not to go ahead. But I think we need this fallback position because I fear that it is at the moment likely to move a step forward, and we need to state what our position is. I won't go on any longer, Chairman, because it's late.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
I second the amendment and reserve the right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stock. Councillor Marshall, are you prepared to accept the amendment?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, in that case, we need to make the amendment and...
Can we have a recorded vote on the amendment, please?
Well, we need a seconder and we need 5 hands.
Okay, we need 5 hands for a recorded vote. Yeah, we have 5 hands for a recorded vote. So...
Then we'll take it to a vote.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak on the amendment? No. In that case, we will put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of...
To have a recorded
Oh,
vote.
got to have a recorded vote, yes.
So, councillors, if you wish to vote for the amendment, when I read out your name, say for. If you wish to vote against, say against. If you wish to abstain, say abstain. Councillor Bales.
Against.
Councillor Ball. Councillor Boffinger.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Bullock.
Against.
Councillor Bunn.
Against.
Councillor Chris Carr.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Crosby.
She's left.
She's left. Councillor Cullen.
She's left.
Councillor Deinheimer.
Against.
Councillor Faccio.
Against.
Councillor Jeremiah.
Against.
Councillor Khaled.
For.
Councillor Kingdon.
Against.
Councillor Donna McRae. And Richard McRae.
Against.
Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Councillor McGrath.
Against.
Councillor Mee.
Against.
Councillor Jill Owen. Councillor Philip Owen. Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
Councillor P. Smith.
Again.
Against.
Councillor V. Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stockwell.
For.
Councillor Tideswell.
Against.
Councillor Watts.
Against.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Winfield. And Councillor Woodhead. That amendment's lost.
Thank you. The amendment's lost. So we're now back to the original proposal. Original. Sorry, Councillor Meek. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak on this important issue. I rise today to speak against the motion put forward by the Broxtowe Alliance Party. My primary concern is that the motion lacks pragmatism and is not grounded in any evidence. Let me begin with the first point. So the call for an immediate suspension of local government reorganisation is not realistic. You've already tried this. The response is in the pack. You can see it all for yourselves. The government's made it clear that they're not going to be suspending reorganisation and have encouraged engagement instead. Rather than proposing a constructive way forward and offering a tangible alternative, this motion appears to prioritise protest over any kind of progress. I don't believe that's the best use of our time or energy. In contrast, Derbyshire has already begun consultation and public engagement. There's no reason why Broxtowe cannot do the same. This is a chance to help shape the process, not just oppose it at every turn. Secondly, the motion references the Fair Funding Review, but that review is already underway. The current government is reversing the previous Conservative plans and moving back towards a model that allocates funding based on need. I would assume that the Alliance Party supports this direction, unless they'd like to clarify otherwise. Either way, that element of the motion seems unnecessary, or at the very least, outdated. The motion also talks about awareness of threats to local services, but again I ask, where's the evidence? Where are the studies or examples that support this idea that reorganisation is guaranteed to lead to cuts or reduction in quality? In fact, if you examine past reorganisations, from the 70s up to recent examples like Northamptonshire, the data shows actually the opposite. These changes lead to substantial savings and improved efficiency, and if there's evidence to the contrary, I'm more than happy to hear it and listen to it. I'm more than willing to consider it, but in my research I haven't found any. So to summarise, this motion seems to be more about scaremongering than solution seeking. It demands actions that are either unrealistic, redundant or unsupported by any data or case studies. Rather than spending time on protest motions, we should be starting consultations, engaging with residents and working constructively with the government and our neighbouring authorities that we need to have good relations with, that how we secure the best possible outcome for Broxtowe through partnership. That's why I won't be supporting this motion, and I urge colleagues to consider a more pragmatic and evidence-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mead. Councillor Bunn.
Thank you. I'm disappointed to hear those comments from Councillor Mee about the lack of evidence, because there's quite a lot quoted in here about statistics from local government authorities across the country, from the LGA, from various groups including Unison, talking about the impact on local finances, which is the fundamental core of what this motion is about. It mentions local government reorganisation because that is it's cited as one of the reasons for that, and that's why there is some reference to it in it. But the body of this motion is about the pressure on council finances, the pressure that's facing caused by the cost of social care, which now exceeds 75% of Nottinghamshire County Council's total budget, which I think everyone here will agree is extortionate. The primary calls here are to call for an urgent review of current budget allocations and a fairer funding solution for local authorities. This needs to be addressed immediately. Local government organisation, I can happy to bring forward a future motion which lists once again all of the evidence against the fact that that will deliver the savings needed. But what is evident is that councils need funding and they need it now. Even if you agree that local government reorganisation is at some point in the future going to deliver savings, which I don't, based on the evidence from councils like Northamptonshire that have gone through it and from studies that have been done, even if you believe that, that's not going to happen soon enough. It's not going to happen next week, it's not going to happen next month, it's not even going to happen next year. We're probably looking at 4 or 5 years down the line. And by that point, by the evidence cited in this paper, I think it's one thing I will note is that the full version of this does have appendices giving the reference points for all of those quotes, backing up in true academic fashion. But by the evidence cited in this paper, that will be too late. Local government structures will already be going bust by that, as Nottingham City Council on our borders already has done. So I just want to remind people that what we're voting on here, while there is reference to local government reorganisation on there as a relevant issue, it is about calling for sufficient funding for councils to operate in the way they do. Anyone voting against this motion today is saying that they believe that councils already have enough money, which I think we all know is not true. That is what this motion is calling for. That is what these points are based around, and that's what we're asking people to do today. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add to some of those figures that Councillor Bunn mentioned in the appendices, it mentions certain services that local authorities provide. I can delve into some of those figures now. Road maintenance is down by 20 to 25%, libraries down 50%, and stuff like youth services is down by 60%. This is a serious funding issue that local authorities across the country will have, especially with the expected rise in social service costs, which will take up more and more of councils' budgets, meaning there'll be more and more cuts to other services.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going on what Councillor Bunn said, there is a fair funding review ongoing at the minute. So to say that there isn't and we need it now, it's happening at the moment. There is a fair funding review. In Broxtowe, we're in a reasonable position, although HRA reserves have diminished by 66% in the last 5 years, general reserves by 19%, and we don't have the issues of children and adult social care to factor in. We've had a decade of cuts by the Tory government and spiralling inflation by them, rocketing demands for key services and their failure to grow our economy. Councils of all political allegiances have been left in crisis. The spending review in June, there was an announcement of over £5 billion of new grant funding over the next 3 years. This includes £3.4 billion of new grant funding, which will be delivered through the multi-year local government finance settlement. So the government's already underway with fairer funding settlements. So if you're voting for this motion, are you voting against fairer funding settlements? That's what I would ask. Whilst there was a comment made at the last full council over our settlement here being the lowest, along with around 300 odd other borough councils, this was due to a fairer funding ensuring the areas with most need, social care for example, are getting that funding. So I'm unsure whether in actual fact you believe in fair funding for areas of total need or not. Point 4 of the motion points to threats to local services due to underfunding. At the last meeting I asked for clarification over the wording and information contained within the report due to its unbalanced view, but I haven't received anything yet, which has been disappointing. But as Councillor Mee said earlier, what proof is there that services would be under threat? What about committing to a campaign that, instead of scaremongering, actually points to the benefits that local government reorganisation will bring, that will ensure voices are heard and invest money into the area into a large growth area? And on the final point, as LGR has such an impact across the borough, whilst I agree that the CEO and leader of Broxtowe Borough Council act on subsequent opportunities, it should be put on the leaders of all parties to come together to act in the interests of the council, not just two people. And what as a council have we done, in line with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government reply to the initial letter to this council, that quote, and this is a quote from the letter, engaged locally in a meaningful and constructive way with residents, voluntary sector, local community groups, neighbourhood boards, parish councils, public sector providers and local businesses to inform proposals. As far as I can see, it's just been shouty and not actually engaging with the local community. Thank you.
Yeah, so did you wish to speak again, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you.
No, before you do.
If I may, it's just that a councillor who's spoken on a motion may not speak again whilst it's the subject of debate, unless it's to move, unless we've gone into a further amendment, which we haven't, or if it's a right to exercise reply, or a point of order, or by personal explanation.
So if it doesn't satisfy those, then I'm sorry, you won't be allowed to speak again. Okay, so in that case, I don't think there's anybody else who wishes to speak. So in that case, Councillor Marshall, would you like to sum up, please?
Yeah, at the last cabinet meeting, the leader talked about engagement that this borough will take with all its residents, and I spoke as well. I think you were there, Councillor Bowes. I think about a referendum-style engagement. No other authority in Nottinghamshire has done that because of the complete lack of agreement. No one has done it because of the complete lack of agreement, but Broxtowe will be engaging all of its residents as we've committed at the last cabinet meeting.
Thank you. In that case, we'll now move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion?
It's just a question.
It's carried.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask for the against and abstentions.
Any against? 2,
And then
3, 4, and abstentions.
just say motion carried.
Okay, motion's carried. Thank you very much. So now we'll move on to item 12.4.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm heartbroken to be having to move this motion. I'm dismayed at the attempt by the Labour government over the past few weeks to impose draconian and sweeping cuts on disabled members of society, whether that was through their failed universal credit or PIP bill, or through the changes to the health element of universal credit. They have repeatedly ignored stark warnings from disabled people's organisations about the seriousness of these cuts. Cuts that disabled people, disability groups and charities such as Scope, Mind and the Trussell Trust have called shameful, cruel and a gut punch. It was only pressure from disabled people and their allies like Broxtowe Alliance that forced the government into another U-turn, forcing them to make last-minute, rushed, unthought-through changes on the floor of the Commons on PIP. It's a bit like when Groucho Marx said, these are my principles, but I've got others if you don't like them. Trying to avoid the appropriate scrutiny enforced through a bill, if examined, would have been shown to be immoral, impractical and unjustifiable. As a council and as councillors, we should not stand by as disabled residents are branded scoundrels and shirkers, and it's shameful that the current government is stoking that language. Disabled people are those in society who have to try their hardest to find and stay in work, against prejudice, against bullying, and against a world not set up for them. We need to change the culture of the DWP into one of building a sustainable, fair and compassionate welfare system for the future, not one that is making billions of pounds worth of cuts and plunging hundreds of thousands of people into poverty. I call on councillors here to stand up and be counted for the disabled residents of Broxton.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Skinner, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. In seconding this, I would just like to point out how disabled people from the minute they're born have to fight for everything they get. If you're a parent of a disabled child, you fight for access to everything, places in school, anything that normal children or ordinary children are entitled to has to be fought for if you're disabled. And the government has an obsession with everybody going to work, and the PIP is the way disabled people can go to work. If they can pay for somebody, in many cases, to get them up, to get them ready, to help them with their personal care, that enables them to go to work. You take those things away and you're forcing them to stay at home. So it's totally ridiculous to do that, to attack those people, to try and save a measly £5 billion when they could easily, if they had the guts, could get the 47 billion that's owed to them by people who can well afford to pay it.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Would anybody like to speak? Councillor Bales?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take objection to your point, Councillor Marshall, that only the Broxton Alliance oppose this. I'm assuming you opposed it by putting it on Facebook. I don't know. As a group, we had concerns over the bill when it was first mooted in February, March time, and the impact it would have on our residents in Broxton and the wider communities. Because of this, we as a group wrote to the DWP. We wrote to and met with both MPs for the borough, and we asked them to lobby to make the changes. Now, I don't know who and the changes, the U-turn or whatever you want to call it, happened during the reading. Now, I don't know. Are you still chuntering, Councillor Owen, or not? Okay. Or is it not? Sorry, sorry. Normally it is, so I apologise.
Sorry, it wasn't Councillor Owen.
Normally it is.
Yeah.
So I don't know what has more influence, people putting things on social media or people actually having grown-up conversations for them to take concerns forward to the government. We've had a detailed response from the Right Honourable Sir Stephen Timms addressing the concerns, and note that the Timms review is co-produced with disabled groups. The second part of the motion, to the changes they may face, it is scaremongering yet again. We support the council running campaigns when details are fully known about any changes to benefits, and anything in advance of this could lead to panic and anxiety, which I know you don't want. Point 3 in your motion, as previously mentioned, the Timms review is being co-produced with disability action groups. Disabled groups have more than one voice. The wording you put in doesn't seem to recognise that, but I think that's just a grammatical issue rather than anything else. And indeed, some of these groups are at loggerheads themselves over the best way to reform the sector, hence the co-production.
Thank you, Councillor Bales. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Owen.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Mayor, we will support this motion because it seems to me that the business of the government with regards to this particular issue has been totally shambolic and written on the hoof, ending up with what appears to be yet another two-tier system from two-tier Kia. Whereas one day you qualify for certain payments, and then when the bill's enacted, the next day, if you're in exactly the same position as the person who qualifies for the payment, but you've not claimed before, then you don't get it. Now that seems to me to be manifestly unfair and needs a complete and thorough review. I know we've got a shambolic government. They stagger from one crisis to the next. So any pressure that can be brought to bear on this shambolic arrangement to try and resolve it, we are happy to support. So we will support your motion tonight, possibly not necessarily in all cases for the reasons that you would support it yourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Marsh next, and I'll come to you, Councillor Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't planning on speaking on the motion. I was going to forego my right given the late time in the evening. I think as well that we also know that where these cuts have come from is essentially Rachel Reeves failing to meet her self-imposed fiscal rules earlier in the year, and decided to find a department from which to try and take £5 billion now, and she's settled on the sick and the disabled. And to be fair, although that says a lot about who she thinks should be bearing the brunt of her so-called tough decisions, I doubt that there was anyone more excited to drive this policy through than Liz Kendall, who has a long track record going back over a decade of cheering on cuts to welfare. But that's all public record, and the public, I think, have made up their mind on where they think the government stands on this. But I did come with a few stats I think that are important from disability groups and sort of predictions from key disability groups, just to inject those into the discussion as members are making up their mind on whether or not to support this motion. Just to give some context of living as a disabled person, Scope assessed that a disabled household need a minimum average of £1,010 per month to match extra per month to match the living standards of comparable non-disabled households. The Child Poverty Action Group outlined that 870,000 children currently live in a PIP household, with half of them already living below the poverty line. And if those changes to PIP do go ahead, the average family will lose £1,400 per year. Mind estimates that 750,000 disabled people will lose £3,000 per year by the end of the decade, once the Universal Credit Health element is cut next April, which, to your point, Councillor Bales, is not scaremonger on the second point. The changes that are happening are coming in next April, and that element is being halved. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimates that even under the amended proposals, 50,000 more disabled people will be plunged into poverty as a result of these cuts, with the potential for this number to get even higher, given the uncertainty around the TIMS review and the future link between the Universal Credit Health element and the daily living component of PIP, and also the future of the Employment Support Allowance. And the JRF also adjusted that around 400,000 people who are currently qualified for PIP won't qualify if the changes do go ahead before spring 2027. I think it's also important to say that this isn't just a standalone policy that's imposing hardship on our disabled residents. The Disability Charity Consortium emphasises the fact that disabled people have already been hit with changes to benefits and put into hardship, like the changes to the warm home discounts, housing benefit and the winter fuel allowance, as well as the wider shocks that we've all experienced around the cost of living crisis and rampant inflation. Inflation, which we saw again today, is almost double what the government set as its target for this quarter. Furthermore, at a time when we have a crisis in social care, if the changes again do go ahead to PIP, 100,000 people will lose access to their carers allowance, putting even more pressure on local authorities, once again highlighting the short-sightedness of the government's entire policy platform. And all the while we're told by this government that this has been done out of some altruistic concern for the sort of sense of purpose that disabled people feel in their lives, and that these changes will help people back into work. But even by their own admission, the requisite employment support won't be in place until the end of the decade at the earliest. So all of these things taken into account show that essentially it's the wrong policy at the wrong time, and once again cuts are being put ahead of support and reform, and we should all be voted to condemn the approach. Now, I think just to show that I'm being fair, there were a couple of things in the original proposals that I did agree with. So, for example, allowing claimants to try work without losing their benefits. That seems to me very sensible and very humane. And then also to ensure that more assessments are carried out face to face. But the idea that this whole policy does not and will not impact on some of the most vulnerable people in society and create a sort of cruel two-tier system is ridiculous. And finally, I would say to Labour members who, from what has been said, are looking like they're going to vote against the motion. I know that two of you have done a lot of work in the voluntary sector, particularly on food banks. And the Trussell Trust says, according to the Trussell Trust, it's 3 in 4 food bank users have a disabled person in their household. And you know, if you vote against this motion today, or vote any other way than voting for it, you're essentially accepting that more people will be coming through your doors in search of essentials in life that people should be able to afford in Britain in 2025. And I know we're sitting in different groups now, but I know none of you got into to be a councillor in order to vote for that sort of thing. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be voting for the motion. I support the motion, and I hope everyone else will too.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Winfield.
Just as a point of order in how Helen described non-disabled children as ordinary.
Point of order. Are you saying that?
Well, I just find the language that Helen used around describing non-disabled children as ordinary deeply offensive. I'm the mother of an autistic child. I'm disabled myself and also neurodivergent myself. My colleagues know the difficulty I've had, and I am one of the people that Tyler talks about. I do chair a food bank. However, I can't at this point vote with you, not because I don't care, but because I choose to use what little influence I have. I choose to use my voice at the time that we have to actually make a change. We've been promised that no changes. I do have concerns. I don't wish, I could wax lyrical on that, but I don't wish to keep people here till midnight. But I will use my voice in the most effective way I can. No changes to PIP have yet been made, and there is going to be. So disabled people are going to be.
So, Councillor Winfield, it's not a point of order.
Not a point of order.
No, but you raise the point of order. But you actually what you're saying is not a point of order. It's not. No, none of the council rules have been broken. Yeah. Yeah, but just to be clear, it's not. Yeah, but you've made the point, but it's not actually a point of order. Okay.
Because no changes to PIP just yet, I will use my voice in every sphere of influence. I'm part of the disabled group. I will take part in any consultation that the groups that are I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Just need to bring it to an end. I'm not going to allow you to cow me into tell me
what we
that
can say
I don't
that we
care.
are
When I'm
asking
disabled
for
myself,
this to
and
go
so
to
is my
vote.
child, I will use my voice.
Thank you, Councillor Winfield. We're going to move to the vote now. Do you wish to sum up, Councillor Marsh? No. In that case, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that's going to be carried. All those against? Abstentions? 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions. Okay, thank you. That's carried. Okay, members, item 13, member speeches on ward issues. You'll be pleased to know that there aren't any. Questions on outside bodies, item 14, with no questions on outside bodies. Members' questions. There's been one question submitted this evening from Councillor Barbara Carr for Councillor Marshall. As Councillor Carr is not here, but she has submitted a question. No, it's not withdrawn. I'm going to read out the... Oh, put that thing on. I'm going to read out the question and then I'll ask Councillor Marshall to respond. So, the following question has been submitted by Councillor Barbara Carr for the Leader of the Council. Over a period of many months, myself and Councillor Steve Carr have been contacted by residents very dissatisfied with Nottinghamshire County Council's Occupational Therapy Service, OT. Would the Leader agree with me that this service is letting down residents and as a result making it very difficult for this council to meet its stated objectives within the aids and adaptations and corporate policies, namely to support people to live well, safely and independently? Furthermore, would you agree to write to Nottinghamshire County Council expressing these concerns and asking for a review of the service via their scrutiny system? Would you agree to an investigation into the feasibility of changing the provider of occupational therapy services to council tenants? Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we will write to the County Council. There's been one specific case in which the occupational therapist at the county has declined to undertake an assessment of one of our housing customers, and we're still unclear on that reason. Despite further inquiries to NCC to obtain a statement, we've been able to ascertain why this is the case, as it is clear that the customer is in need of assistance. With that in mind, we've made the decision, with the support of both Councillor Barbara Carr, the leader of the council, to proceed with the installation of a wet room facility on the ground floor of the property without occupational therapy referral. Whilst unusual, I'm happy that it's the right course of action to support our resident to go about daily life. It is not acceptable to leave them without the ability to wash themselves, and we have enough information supported by the person affected to be able to design and install a facility that will meet their needs. In terms of the wider relationship with the Notts County Council Occupational Therapy team, I'm not aware of another case where this issue has arisen. However, we are considering directly employing occupational therapy back into the district like we used to avoid any instances of delay, alongside some further explanation from NCC in terms of the reasons for refusal and the assessment in the aforementioned case.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I believe Councillor Carr had intended to ask a supplementary question, but as she's not here, she can't do so. So we'll now move on to item 16, which is Broxtowe Alliance member. We are asked to note that Councillor Tyler Marsh has advised that he has ceased to represent the Labour group and will now represent Broxtowe Alliance. Item 17, appointments to committees and working groups. We are asked to resolve that the appointments to committees as presented to members are approved. Do we have a proposer?
Thank you, Chair. I formally propose that item as set out on agenda item 17, which was on everyone's desk at the start of the meeting.
And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Any comments? No, these have been approved by...
I just want to make it known that there's been a slight amendment to the proportionality following the move by Councillor Marsh to Broxtowe Alliance. Following the forthcoming by-election, which will take place, we will have to look again at proportionality and appointments to various council bodies, which will be considered at the next full council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. All those in favour? Thank you, that's carried. Any against? Any abstentions? The item's carried. Item 18, local government reorganisation update. This is on page 89. Do we have any comments? No? Are we happy to? Councillor Marshall?
All I want to underwrite is the commitment that we're making to engaging Broxtowe residents on consultation, and that's an important point to make. Whether the decision has just got to be taken in discussion with leaders of the relevant parties about how we do that, and I commit that we'll do that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Does anybody else wish to speak? If not, then the report is duly noted. Urgent business, item 19. Councillor Passio.
We have some urgent business to raise. There's a motion that's being put forward.
Thank you.
So if I can intercept, so as an item has been raised in the Constitution, the requirement is to seek the approval of that item by the Chief Executive and the leader, and in this case, Deputy Leader, before we can move forward with that. So if that could, if we could agree first, Jeremy, for that question, all the urgent items we put for the Chief Executive and then circulate. So we need to. Okay, but the Chief Executive, it's supposed to be agreed. The process is the Chief Executive and the leader of the council have to agree whether it fits the criteria for urgent business. So that has to be agreed, and then we will take it further.
No. No.
So I think we need to make a statement about it says the Chief Executive. So we need to make a statement about as this issue would be a conflict for the leader or deputy. I myself have to make this decision, and on that basis I'm thinking it's the criteria because it's about affects the borough.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I under our constitution, in consultation with the leader, have the power to make the decision whether to accept this as an urgent motion or not. Because the leader of the council, by the nature of the business on the motion, is likely to be conflicted, I intend to take that decision myself. I have looked at this motion and considered that it does fall within the criteria for urgent consideration, because to defer it would take it outside of a reasonable time period within which to complete the business that is set out on the motion. Since it has only just been tabled, Your Worship, I suggest a short adjournment for discussions to take place, so that people can read it and understand the content of the motion before you proceed further.
Thank you, Councillor Vaughan.
Just a point of order. I thought for something to qualify as urgent business, it needs to not be arising subsequent to the deadline for an ordinary motion to be submitted. Which, by the dates that are given on this, it would have been able to be submitted as an ordinary motion and therefore come through as ordinary business to this council. If I just have clarification on that, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. In view of that, obviously this is something that we need to give due consideration to. So I'm proposing that we will adjourn for a short period while people can read this and consider it.
Ask how long they need.
How?
5 minutes. No, just ask for no act first, for order to be maintained. I think
Yeah.
we just need to.
Yeah. So. Okay, so can we ask for order to be maintained while we have an adjournment? Would 5 minutes be sufficient for people to read this before we reconvene the meeting? Or can I have a show of hands on that? I'll propose that. Second that. Show of hands in favour. 5 minute adjournment. Yep. I was carried, I believe.
Has it ever been
Okay, then we're going to reconvene. So this motion has been submitted by Councillor Fascio. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bales, thank you. In that case, Councillor Fascio, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to move the motion. We've been hearing today about the importance of having a committed, reliable chief executive like we have had for many years here. It makes this motion all the more critical that we brought it now. We feel compelled as a group to table it after being left astounded by events surrounding the recruitment of a new chief executive. When we were informed that the job advert was only for internal applicants, it raised red flags. This is the most senior post at the council with the biggest salary and the biggest responsibility. It does not sit right that the process was not opened to external candidates. When we raised concerns with the leader, deputy leader and senior officers, we did not feel that we were given an adequate explanation or evidence behind this decision. We've sought advice and support and shared our concerns with not only councillors in this authority, but from councillors in other authorities, from unions, from the Local Government Association and from East Midlands Council. They've all agreed that an internal-only job advertisement for a job of this significance is highly unusual and not best practice. The interviews to be carried out at the Chief Officer Employment Committee, scheduled for Monday of this week, were cancelled without explanation after we raised our concerns. These concerns include that this process hasn't followed the council's own recruitment and equalities policies, and that could leave the council open to legal challenge. It may well be that the best candidate for the role already works at Broxtowe, but we can't know that until we have seen what the market has to offer. This is a publicly funded council providing services to our residents using public money. We do not believe this episode has demonstrated good governance or judgment on behalf of those who made the decision, and has even potentially left the council open to accusations of cronyism. We believe there should be a full external recruitment process, and this motion seeks to remove the opportunity for such a situation to arise again.
Thank you, Councillor Fascio. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Marshall?
Yeah, the trade unions here were consulted. They didn't raise any concerns. We consulted East Midlands councils and they didn't raise any concerns. There was a discussion with both HR and Democratic Services about whether this met the Constitution or not, and no concerns were raised. Subsequently, the Chief Monitoring Officer, the Section 151 officer has said that she has a concern. The monitoring officer, as I was right the first time, has said that she did have a concern, but has absolved herself because effectively and delegated that decision through Democratic Services because she felt that she could have applied for the job, which is a decision I don't agree with. Nevertheless, I accept through series of events this could have been different. I said that and gave my word to Councillor Peter Bales and Councillor Philip Owen and Councillor David Watts tonight that I would write to them after the full council business was out of the way. That was at least 2 days ago, apart from David Watts, who I spoke to tonight, and said that I would write to them, setting out the reasons for that fully, and no concerns were raised about that approach at all. And then subsequently, this motion was sprung on us tonight. I've learnt a valuable lesson tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I can confirm what Councillor Marshall has said. I was unhappy when I knew that it was initially that it was going to be an internal appointment, and I raised this. I discussed this at some length with the leader of the council before he went into hospital, and he had given me the assurances that it was legal and above board because you had taken soundings. I wasn't particularly happy that it hadn't gone to external advertisement, and still reserved my position on that. The reason that the appointment hasn't proceeded was because when it came to the shortlisting, and clearly I can't go into details at what happened at the shortlisting in respect of candidates who had applied, when it came to shortlisting, it was found that there was a significant conflict of interest, certainly, I think really, amongst all members. And it was agreed unanimously, I think, I don't know if there was any dissent, it was agreed unanimously that we would defer the process until we'd had further advice from the monitoring officer. That further advice came in, and it was made perfectly clear, or I felt it was made perfectly clear, that we could not at that point proceed in the way that had been decided by the controlling group at that time. And I had a call subsequently from Councillor Marshall to say that the post would be advertised externally, and he would confirm that in writing after tonight's meeting, and I was perfectly satisfied with that. As far as reviewing the council's constitution is concerned, we are in the process. I'm a member of the Constitution Working Group for my sins, and I must have sinned greatly, although I don't remember enjoying it at the time. And I've already spoken to Mr. Ward, and I said the first item that we must have on our next meeting must be to have a look at urgency matters on agendas, because I've never known a council that's ever had an item called urgency matters. Certainly not one where it can be sprung on the night. So everyone can rest assured we shall certainly be reviewing the Constitution, and I've given you a slant as to the way I think that bit of the review should be going.
Thank you, Councillor. And before I call Councillor Bales to speak, the monitoring officer wishes to make a point of clarification.
If I may, thank you. I think we've just heard that in this process I haven't advised you to a conflict. I'd like to clarify I have a conflict, and I believe that was the reason why I wasn't consulted with the process, and that was a rightful decision to make, but I just make it very clear that is the reason why I have not been involved nor asked to advise on this process. And in my capacity as a monitoring officer, I do have a duty to ensure decisions are made lawfully with good governance, and that's the capacity in which I have intervened and provided advice when asked, and if I felt it was necessary to give. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bales.
I think myself and Councillor Marshall have slightly different recollections of our conversation on Monday. The letter we sent in was over a week and a half ago. It was sent in last Monday. He said he'll get a reply back to me in a couple of days. This Monday was how I understood the reply to go. Maybe we misheard each other. All this motion is actually asking for is to review the council's constitution and seek advice from the LGA on best practice. That's actually all we're asking. Councillor Marshall said that the unions had been spoken to. Again, we just asked for confirmation on that and written evidence, because, again, we've spoken to the unions and they're saying a slightly different story. And again, I was at East Midlands Councils on Friday, and when I spoke to the head of HR then, what she was told is different to what is being portrayed here. So I've got a concern over how that was all raised.
Thank you, Councillor Bales. Councillor Watts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the second signatory of the letter, I certainly had concerns over the way the process was being handled. My reading of this motion is that it simply makes sure that we don't have problems in the future, and for that reason I'm quite happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? No. In that case, Councillor Tassio, do you want to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, basically, we've asked to see evidence. We tried to work with the council, and we haven't been presented with the evidence. I don't know if it's because it doesn't exist in written form, but we have asked, and we just haven't found the communication to be that satisfactory. But the point of this is the fact that we want to be able to recruit the best chief executive for this authority, and we believe that that will always mean that you go to the external job market. You don't, even if the best person already works here, like I said before, you still have to test the market. That just seems for such an important role that you should just do that, and that is why we've raised this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fascio. In that case, we'll move to the vote. So, all those in favour of the motion, please show. Six. All those against? Okay, the motion fails. Any abstentions? Two abstentions. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes the meeting. Thank you very much. The good news is, because some councillors have left, that means there's more food for the rest of us. So, thank you.